At the edge of the world, in a country with more sheep than people, one of the most powerful men in Silicon Valley built an escape hatch. Not a vacation home, not a tax shelter, a contingency plan. In 2011, a billionaire quietly secured citizenship in New Zealand after spending just days in the country. A legal backdoor, a geopolitical lifeboat. Deep in the rugged terrain of New Zealand's South Island, Peter Thiel owns a vast private estate, remote, secluded, and far from the centres of power. While most billionaires buy yachts or private islands, Thiel secured something more strategic: New Zealand citizenship. And a vast estate in one of the most remote democracies on Earth. The purchase price for this geopolitical insurance policy? In 2011, Thiel obtained New Zealand citizenship after spending just 12 days in the country over the previous 2 years, a process that normally requires years of residency. The investment that secured this exceptional pathway, approximately $7 million in local assets and business investments. The centerpiece, a 477-acre estate near Lake Wanaka, purchased for $13.5 million New Zealand dollars, about $10 million US dollars. When New Zealand media exposed the deal in 2017, it sparked a national scandal.
Hi Benedict, nice to talk to you again. So when we last spoke, you told us that Peter Thiel was granted citizenship after having only visited New Zealand 4 times for an unknown number of days because the documents had that information redacted, right?
Politicians called it citizenship for sale. Opposition leaders demanded investigations. But Thiel had already achieved his objective: a legal escape hatch in the world's most politically stable democracy. A geopolitical insurance policy that money can buy. Why would a man who helped build the digital future prepare for the collapse of the physical one? What does he see that others don't?
Yes, it's the 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety. And so, which is nothing wrong with peace and safety, but you have to sort of imagine that it resonates very differently in a world where the stakes are so absolute, where the stakes are so extreme, where the alternative to peace and safety is, Armageddon and the destruction of all things.
He is one of the most polarizing figures in Silicon Valley. To some, a visionary genius who saw the future early. To others, the shadow financier of movements and candidates who challenged liberal democratic norms. This is not fear, this is strategy. For decades, Peter Thiel has made the same bet over and over again. Bet against consensus. Bet against the crowd. Bet against the system itself. To understand why he built a fortress at the end of the earth, we have to go back to a childhood of constant displacement, to a chessboard where consensus meant nothing, to a company that tried to replace money, and another that learned to see everything. But the estate is more than a luxury retreat. It is a fortress designed for civilizational uncertainty. Off-grid power systems, advanced security infrastructure, multiple evacuation routes through the mountains. Not built for comfort, built for continuity. While the world debates progress, Peter Thiel is preparing for a different possibility. Not how to build the future, how to survive it. The architect of dissidence. Total estimated value of Thiel's contingency infrastructure, $20 to $30 million. Not for lifestyle, not for prestige, but for the day the system he helped build no longer holds. He didn't build this because he panics easily. He built it because he has always believed that the crowd is wrong and the future belongs to those willing to stand apart from it. Every fortress begins as an idea, and Peter Thiel has been building intellectual fortresses since he was a child. Before he was a billionaire, before he funded political outsiders, before he built machines that could see everything, he was a boy who never stayed in one place long enough to believe the world made sense. So he searched for a world where the rules didn't change. He found it on a chessboard. To understand Peter Thiel, you must understand what it means to be a permanent outsider. Born in Frankfurt, West Germany, Peter Thiel spent part of his early childhood in southwest Africa, now Namibia, before growing up mainly in the United States between Ohio and California. Before he was a teenager, he had already experienced life on multiple continents, never staying long enough to feel fully at home. He didn't have a hometown. He didn't have a tribe. He only had his own mind, and in that isolation, he found a language that didn't require a passport: chess. For a child who changed continents before he could even make friends, the outside world was unpredictable noise. But the board was the only place where the rules didn't change depending on the country. His father, an engineer trained in a culture of precision and systems thinking, passed on a belief that reality could be understood and optimized. While other children sought to fit in, Peter sought the edge. He learned that the consensus of the crowd is usually a distraction. If everyone is running toward the ball, you run toward where the ball is going to be. Chess is the ultimate antidote to consensus. In a crowd, you can hide behind a popular opinion. In chess, you are either right or you are dead. There is no middle ground. There is no social construction of the board. He became a serious tournament chess player, drawn to a world where rules were fixed, outcomes were earned, and consensus meant nothing. Mid-1980s, Stanford University. To the world, this was the peak of American meritocracy. To Thiel, it was a factory of conformity. While his classmates were debating how to change the world through activism, Thiel was wondering why they all sounded exactly the same. He saw the multiculturalism movement not as progress, but as a new form of fundamentalism. Stanford in the late 1980s was ground zero for America's culture wars, battles over multiculturalism, speech, and the purpose of higher education. Thiel believed the university was drifting toward ideological conformity, that certain views were becoming socially, if not formally, off limits. Here, his investment methodology was born. Identify what the crowd considers sacred and question it. If everyone says identity diversity is the most important thing, you argue that intellectual diversity is the only thing that matters. He wasn't looking for friends. He was looking to recruit others who, like him, did not fear being hated. He founded the Stanford Review. The paper quickly became one of the most controversial publications on campus, attacking what Thiel saw as intellectual monoculture and political groupthink. He saw that the smartest people in the country were all competing for the same narrow prizes, thinking the same narrow thoughts. He did what every top student does. He followed the track. After Stanford Law, he secured a prestigious federal appellate clerkship, the kind of credential that opens every elite door in America. After his clerkship, he joined Sullivan & Cromwell in New York, one of the most elite law firms in the world. On paper, he had reached the summit. Wall Street was his great negative epiphany. But from his perspective, the brightest graduates in America were locked in brutal competition for careers they didn't even seem to want. It looked like René Girard's theory made flesh, a system where everyone desired the same prize simply because everyone else did. Wall Street looked to Thiel like a laboratory of mimetic rivalry. He realized that if he won that race, his prize would be becoming the man in the office next door, a copy of a copy. The day he lost the opportunity to clerk for the US Supreme Court wasn't a defeat. It was his liberation. He lasted less than a year. But Thiel's first venture after leaving law was a humbling lesson in failure, a lesson that would shape everything that came after. In 1996, he launched Thiel Capital Management, a hedge fund focused on currency trading and macroeconomic derivatives. The strategy was to make big directional bets on interest rates, inflation expectations, and foreign exchange movements. Initial capital raised $1 million, mostly from Stanford connections who believed in the chess prodigy turned lawyer turned financier. The result was spectacular failure. Within the first year, the fund had lost significant capital. Industry estimates suggest losses between 30% and 40% of the initial investment pool. Investors fled. Some demanded their remaining money back immediately. Thiel's reputation among finance professionals, the people he had walked away from at Sullivan and Cromwell, took a serious hit. He was no longer the Stanford genius. He was just another failed trader. But this failure taught him the most important lesson of his career. Competition is for losers. Do not compete in crowded markets where everyone is making the same trades with the same information and the same tools. Wall Street was full of extremely smart people doing the same macro trades, reading the same economic reports, betting on the same currency movements. It was a zero-sum game played by thousands of nearly identical players. He needed to find a space where the rules were still being written, where being first mattered more than being best, where a monopoly position was still available. He needed technology. And from the ashes of Thiel Capital Management, a new philosophy was born. If you want to create lasting value, you have to build a monopoly. This became his investing mantra, and it would make him billions. Thiel walked away from the firm and went back to California, not to start a tech empire, but to try trading, then to launch a hedge fund. It failed. The system he had rejected did not welcome him back as a prodigy. It treated him like a nobody. That failure would become the last lesson before his real beginning. But he learned something. If you play the system game as everyone else, you've already lost. The chess master was done with the board. He was ready to build his own.
So this is an ATM. What we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry.
I do not fit the picture of a banker.
X.com, this is Julie.
Raising $50 million is a matter of making a series of phone calls, and the money is there. I've sunk the great majority of my net worth into X.com, which is the new banking and mutual funds company on the internet that I've started.
December 1998. Peter Thiel co-founds a company called Confinity with Max Levchin, a brilliant Ukrainian-born programmer, and Luke Nosek, a fellow Stanford Review alumnus. Initial funding, $300,000, scraped together from friends, family, and fellow libertarian true believers from the Stanford days. The original product idea? digital wallets on Palm Pilot handheld devices. The vision was that people would beam money to each other using infrared ports on the Palm Pilots. In coffee shops, at restaurants, person to person, bypassing banks entirely. Total users after 6 months of operation, 12 people. Literally 12. Most of them were employees and their friends testing the system. It was a complete and utter flop. The technology worked, but nobody cared. Nobody wanted it. March 2000. Confinity pivots hard and launches a new feature: email-based money transfers. You send money to any email address. The recipient gets a notification, creates an account, and the money is there. Simple, instant, revolutionary. The name of this new service? PayPal. Within weeks, user growth exploded at a rate nobody had ever seen in financial services. Month 1, 10,000 users. Month 3, 100,000 users. Month 6, 1 million users. Month 12, 5 million users. This was the fastest user adoption rate in the entire history of financial services. Faster than credit cards, faster than checking accounts, faster than anything. But here is what most people do not know about PayPal's growth. Here is the secret that the mythology leaves out. PayPal's explosive user acquisition was not organic. It was not word of mouth. It was not viral in the natural sense. They literally bought their users with cash. The strategy was elegantly simple and brutally expensive. Sign up for a PayPal account, get $10 deposited instantly. Refer a friend who signs up, get another $10. Your friend also gets $10. Cost per acquisition, $20 to $40 per user, depending on how many referrals each user generated. Monthly cash burn rate at peak growth, $10 to $12 million. Just vanishing into user acquisition. By late 2000, PayPal was spending $60 to $70 million annually just to buy users with cash incentives. They were hemorrhaging money at a terrifying rate. Investors were panicking. Board members were demanding answers. How long can you sustain spending $10 million a month buying users? But Thiel had done the mathematics. He had run the numbers obsessively. Each acquired user was worth $100 to $200 in lifetime transaction fee revenue through the PayPal network. They were buying $100 bills for $20 bills. It was either genius or insanity, depending on whether the math actually worked. Thiel believed it would work. He bet everything on it. But there was a problem, a major problem. Another company was doing the exact same thing. X.com, a finance company founded by Elon Musk with money from his Zip2 exit and a vision for online banking that was nearly identical to PayPal's. Two companies, same idea, same market, both burning massive amounts of cash at completely unsustainable rates. Total funding raised between both companies, over $100 million. Combined monthly cash burn rate, over $20 million. Time until both companies simultaneously ran out of money, less than 6 months. The merger was inevitable. X.com and Confinity merged into a single entity. The combined company kept the PayPal name because users had already adopted it. The brand had momentum. Elon Musk became Chief Executive Officer of the merged company for 5 months. October 2000. While Elon Musk was on his honeymoon, The board of directors, led by Peter Thiel and other Confinity founders, held an emergency meeting and voted Musk out as CEO. The official reasons cited: strategic disagreements over technology platform. Musk wanted to use Microsoft software. The Confinity engineers believed in Unix-based systems. The actual reason? Thiel wanted control, full control. This was his company now. Peter Thiel became Chief Executive Officer of PayPal. Elon Musk remained a major shareholder, but his operational control was finished. The two men, both future billionaires, both future power brokers, had their first battle. Thiel won. At its core, PayPal ran on a simple idea that turned into a powerful engine. Every time money moved, PayPal took a small cut, 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. If that money crossed borders, the fee climbed to between 2.5% and 4%. Then there was the float, the cash sitting in PayPal's accounts between payments, quietly earning interest for the company. Tiny slices, repeated millions of times. By 2001, the numbers told the story of a system coming to life. Every single day, $5 to $8 million flowed through PayPal's network. Each month, that translated into $10 to $15 million in revenue. But growth at this speed came at a cost. Running the system, fighting fraud, scaling infrastructure, acquiring users was burning $20 to $30 million every month. The machine worked, it just wasn't profitable yet. Late 2000. PayPal's data scientists discovered something crucial. 70% of all PayPal transactions were happening on eBay auctions. People buying and selling random items on the internet's largest marketplace were using PayPal to move money. The strategic insight became immediately clear. Make PayPal the only payment method that eBay users trust completely. Own that market, become indispensable. The execution, buyer protection guarantees that eBay's own payment system did not offer. Instant payment transfers with no 7-day check clearing period. Fraud detection algorithms that were better than credit card companies. Email notifications for every transaction. Simple, clean user interface. By mid-2001, the strategy was working beyond all projections. 50% of all eBay auctions accepted PayPal as a payment method. PayPal was processing $50 million daily in eBay-related transactions alone. And then eBay noticed, and eBay was not happy. eBay launched their own competing service called BillPoint and attempted to kill PayPal through the marketplace. They promoted BillPoint in search rankings. They penalized sellers who only accepted PayPal. They made it harder to display the PayPal logo. It was war. PayPal's response was total war. Temporarily lower transaction fees to undercut BillPoint. Guarantee faster money transfers than eBay could offer. Invest heavily in superior $30 million deployed in 2001 fraud protection. Massive marketing spending alone. By early 2002, the war was over. PayPal controlled 65% of eBay's payment market. BillPoint at barely 10%. eBay executives looked at the numbers and reached a conclusion. If you cannot beat them, buy them. July 2002, eBay acquires PayPal for $1.5 billion in eBay stock. Peter Thiel owned approximately 3.7% of PayPal at the time of the acquisition. His equity stake was worth $55 million in eBay stock. After taxes, he walked away with approximately $40 million in liquid wealth. At age 34, He had won his first billion-dollar game. But the money was not the most valuable thing he extracted from PayPal. The real value was the network, the PayPal Mafia, the name they gave themselves, and it was not ironic. It was descriptive. The core team that Thiel assembled at PayPal would go on to create some of the most valuable companies in human history. Elon Musk, Tesla market cap $650 billion. SpaceX, estimated value $150 billion. Reid Hoffman, LinkedIn, sold to Microsoft for $26 billion. Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, Jawed Karim. YouTube, sold to Google for $1.65 billion, now worth over $100 billion. Jeremy Stoppelman and Russell Simmons, Yelp, peaked at $3 billion market cap. David Sachs, Yammer, sold to Microsoft for $1.2 billion. Later founded Craft Ventures. Max Levchin, a firm $12 billion company, also co-founded Yelp. Keith Rabois, COO of Square, partner at Founders Fund, investor in dozens of unicorns. Roloff Boffa, partner at Sequoia Capital, led investments in Instagram, YouTube, Tumblr, MongoDB, Eventbrite. Total value created by the PayPal Mafia across all their companies conservatively estimated at over $200 billion in combined market capitalization. Thiel's ownership stakes across this extended network through direct investments and fund positions estimated at $2 to $4 billion. This was not just a company that got acquired. This was the creation of the most powerful business cartel in Silicon Valley history. But what made PayPal different was not the technology. Not really. The technology was impressive, but not miraculous. What made PayPal different was the culture, the religion of extreme meritocracy. Thiel's hiring criteria were brutally specific. 1. Raw intelligence, high test scores, ability to solve complex puzzles, proof you could think better than everyone else. 2. Intensity. Are you willing to work 100-hour weeks? Are you willing to sacrifice everything else in your life for the mission? 3. Missionary zeal. Do you actually believe we are changing the world? Or are you here for a paycheck? 4. Loyalty to the tribe. Will you protect the other members? Will you put the group above yourself? Average employee age at PayPal, 25 years old. Average work week, 80 to 100 hours. Office culture, libertarian, anti-regulation, contrarian, anti-establishment. They called themselves the Mafia specifically because loyalty mattered more than credentials. More than degrees, more than previous experience. Thiel's operating principle stated explicitly and repeatedly, talented people do not want to work with people who are less talented than they are. So every new hire must be more talented than the average current employee. Otherwise, we are diluting the talent pool. This created a self-reinforcing escalation, an arms race of hiring. Every new person raised the bar. The standards became higher and higher. Only the absolute best could get in, and once you were in, you were family. But here is what most people forget about PayPal. Here is the original vision that got erased from the mythology. PayPal was supposed to destroy the Federal Reserve. It was supposed to undermine state control of currency. That was the actual mission. That was why Peter Thiel, the libertarian ideologue, cared so much. The original vision laid out in Thiel's founding documents: create a new digital currency outside government control. enable true peer-to-peer transactions globally without state intermediaries, undermine the state monopoly on money creation and management, build the financial infrastructure for a stateless society. What actually happened? To become mainstream, to actually scale, PayPal had to compromise every single founding principle. They had to integrate with the traditional banking system. The enemy. They had to comply with Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering regulations, government control. They had to partner with credit card companies, the old system they wanted to destroy. They had to get licensed in every single state, regulatory capture. They had to report suspicious transactions to federal authorities, surveillance. By 2002, PayPal was regulated exactly like a bank. Partnered with banks, dependent on banks for all core functionalities, the libertarian revolution had become just another fintech company playing by the government's rules. Thiel learned the most important lesson of his career from PayPal's failure to achieve its revolutionary mission. You cannot disrupt the system from inside the system. If you want to change the rules, you cannot ask permission from the people who wrote them. This lesson would shape everything he did next. Palantir, Facebook. His political investments, everything. The PayPal acquisition was not an ending. It was a beginning, the start of something much larger. The pattern that emerged over the next 20 years, PayPal veterans leave and start new companies in different sectors. Thiel invests early as angel investor or through Founders Fund. PayPal Mafia members join each other's boards of directors. Cross-investment between all their venture funds creates alignment. Preferential access to deal flow because of network relationships. Shared intelligence about markets, technology, and opportunities. Real examples of how the network compounds. Reid Hoffman introduces Thiel to Mark Zuckerberg in 2004. Thiel invests $500,000 in Facebook. Eventually makes over $1 billion. Roelof Botha joins Sequoia Capital and invests in multiple Thiel-backed companies, creating reciprocal deal flows. David Sachs hosts high-dollar fundraisers for Thiel's political candidates, mixing business and politics seamlessly. Max Levchin provides seed capital for Palantir and serves as advisor, lending credibility. This network effect multiplier is precisely how Thiel turned $55 million from PayPal into over $5 billion in net worth today. The PayPal Mafia is not a cute nickname. It is not a metaphor. It is the most successful organized business cartel in Silicon Valley history. A self-reinforcing network of wealth, power, and influence that has shaped the entire technology industry for 2 decades. And Peter Thiel sits at the center of it all, the Godfather. After PayPal, Peter Thiel was a man with $1 billion and a dangerous secret. While other investors were looking at spreadsheets and profit margins, Thiel was looking at the human soul through the eyes of his mentor, René Girard. Girard taught him a terrifying truth. Human beings don't know what they want. We are mimetic creatures. We don't desire things for themselves. We desire them because other people desire them. We are copy machines disguised as individuals. August 2004. Facebook has been online for exactly 6 months. It started as a Harvard dorm project and has now expanded to several college campuses. The metrics that Zuckerberg shows Thiel: total registered users, 200,000, almost entirely college students. Daily active user rate, 70 to 80% engagement. Unprecedented in web services. Revenue, $0. No business model yet. Valuation Zuckerberg is asking for, $5 million. Every single professional venture capitalist in Silicon Valley has passed on Facebook. Every major firm has looked into it and said no. The reasons they gave? It is just a college directory. Limited market. Friendster has already 5 million users and is the leader in social networking. MySpace is dominant with 8 million users and growing fast. There is no obvious business model or revenue stream. Mark Zuckerberg is too young, too inexperienced, too risky as a founder. Peter Thiel saw something completely different, something that had nothing to do with technology. Thiel had spent years studying René Girard's mimetic theory, the philosophical framework that would shape his entire investment approach. The core idea: humans do not have original desires. We desire what other people desire. We learn what to want by watching other people want. Desire is imitative. Desire is social. Desire is mimetic. When Thiel looked at Facebook, he did not see a technology platform for connecting friends. He saw something far more powerful. He saw the perfect mimetic desire machine. The insight that made Thiel invest: social networks do not create value by connecting people. That is not where the money is. The money is in comparison. The money is in making people compare themselves to each other constantly. You see your friends' vacation photos, you want a better vacation. You see someone's job promotion announcement, you want higher status. You see someone's relationship photos, you want romance. You see someone getting likes and comments, you want validation. You see someone's perfect life, you feel your own life is inadequate. Facebook was not selling connections. Facebook was selling envy. And envy, Thiel understood from Girard, is the most powerful economic force in human history. The desire for what others have. They need to keep up. The fear of being left behind. Infinite envy creates infinite demand. Infinite demand creates infinite value. September 2004. Peter Thiel wires $500,000 to Facebook Incorporated. The deal terms: 10.2% equity ownership in the company, a board seat giving him governance rights and inside information, right of first refusal on all future funding rounds, post-money valuation of exactly $5 million. Mark Zuckerberg's reaction after the deal closed: this guy actually gets it. He understands what we are building. Silicon Valley's reaction: Peter Thiel just threw away $500,000 on a college kid's website. This will be his biggest failure. What happened next rewrote the history of venture capital. 2004, end of year. 200,000 users grew to 1 million users. 5 times growth in 4 months. 2005. 1 million users becomes 5.5 million users. 2006. 5.5 million users becomes 12 million users. 2007. 12 million users exploded to 50 million users. 2008. 50 million users doubles to 100 million users. 2009. 100 million users becomes 350 million users. Growth rate: the user base was doubling every 6 to 9 months for 5 consecutive years. This growth curve had never been seen before in business history, not even close. As Facebook grew, its valuation grew, and Peter Thiel's stake grew with it. May 2005. Accel Partners invest $12.7 million at $100 million valuation. Thiel's 10.2% stake is now worth $10.2 million. He has achieved 20 times return in 9 months. April 2006, Greylock Partners and Meritech Capital invest $27.5 million at $500 million valuation. Thiel's stake is now worth $51 million, 100 times return on his original investment. October 2007, Microsoft invests $240 million, valuing Facebook at $15 billion. Thiel's stake is now worth $1.5 billion, a 300,000 times return in 3 years. 2009 through 2011, multiple private sales and secondary transactions value Facebook at $50 billion. Thiel's stake, if he had held everything, would be worth $5 billion. May 18, 2012. Facebook goes public at a market capitalization of $104 billion. But Thiel does not hold everything. He is strategic. He is tactical. He takes profits. At the initial public offering, Thiel sells $640 million worth of shares immediately. Over the following 6 months, he sells the remainder of his stake in carefully timed transactions. Total cash realized from the Facebook investment, approximately $1 billion. Initial investment in August 2004, $500,000. Total cash realized by end of 2012, $1 billion. Total return, 2,000 times in 8 years. This is the single greatest venture capital return in recorded history. Nothing else comes close. But here is the twist. The haunting decision that Thiel himself admits keeps him awake at night. Selling was a mistake. If Peter Thiel had held his original 10.2% stake and had never sold a single share, that stake at Facebook's peak market capitalization in 2021 would have been worth $102 billion. $102 billion. He left $100 billion on the table by selling early. Thiel himself admitted this publicly, saying, "The mistake was not investing in Facebook. The mistake was selling Facebook. I should have held longer. I should have believed more. It is the single most expensive decision of his life." Years later, in a Stanford lecture, Thiel explained his actual investment thesis. The real reason he invested. "I did not invest in Facebook because I thought social networks were going to be big. I invested because I understood that humans will always want to be more like their peers. That desire is infinite. It never stops. It only intensifies. An infinite desire creates infinite value. The mimetic theory made him a billionaire." The mimetic theory also made him terrified of what he had helped create. A machine that weaponizes human envy. A system that profits from making people feel inadequate. An algorithm that amplifies the worst aspects of human nature. Peter Thiel helped build the most powerful behavior modification system in human history. And then he cashed out for $1 billion. 2003, Peter Thiel has a problem. It is the CIA's problem, but they think Thiel can solve it. His PayPal anti-fraud algorithms have become so sophisticated at detecting patterns in financial transactions, at finding terrorists trying to move money through banking systems, that the CIA venture capital arm in QTEL requested a meeting. The pitch from the CIA: can you build what you built for PayPal, but for national security? Can you find terrorists the way you found fraudsters? May 2003, Peter Thiel co-founds Palantir Technologies with an unusual group of co-founders. The founding team: Alex Karp, Chief Executive Officer. Stanford Law degree, philosophy, PhD from Frankfurt University in Germany. former human rights lawyer who once worked on refugee cases. An extremely odd choice to run a company that will become the most powerful surveillance technology provider on Earth. Nathan Gettings, Chief Technology Officer. PayPal's lead security engineer. Brilliant programmer Joe Lonsdale. A Stanford undergraduate student, barely 20 years old, one of the first Thiel Fellows. Stephen Cohen, PayPal's chief security architect, the person who actually built the fraud detection algorithms. Initial funding $2 million, entirely from Peter Thiel's personal capital. No outside investors yet. This is his project. The mission statement: build software that can find patterns in massive data sets from disparate, incompatible sources. The kind of data that, if intelligence agencies had been able to analyze it properly, could have prevented September 11, 2001. The company name, Palantir, named after the Seeing Stones in Lord of the Rings, the magical orbs that allow their possessors to see anything happening anywhere in Middle-earth. Even the name revealed the ambition: total information awareness. The ability to see everything. 2005, the CIA's venture capital arm, In-Q-Tel, invests $2 million in Palantir's Series A funding round. This was not just money. This was validation from the intelligence community. A stamp of approval from the most secretive, most paranoid organization in the US government. Initial contract value, undisclosed. Government intelligence contracts are classified by law, but industry analysts estimate the first CIA contracts were worth $5 to $10 million annually. The product was called Palantir Gotham. The name itself was significant. Gotham, the dark city that needs Batman. The city that needs surveillance to fight crime. Core technical capabilities. Integrate data from dozens of incompatible government databases that were never designed to communicate with each other. From hidden connections between people, places, financial transactions, communications metadata. Visualize networks of relationships in ways human analysts could understand intuitively. Predict future behavior and likely attack patterns based on historical data. Specific use cases for intelligence agencies. Track terrorist cells across multiple countries. Map drug trafficking routes from production to distribution. Identify money laundering networks moving funds for organized crime. Predict insurgent attacks in Iraq and Afghanistan based on pattern recognition. It worked. The software actually worked. By 2006, Palantir's software was being actively used in Iraq for counterinsurgency operations and in IED attack prediction. Afghanistan for predicting Taliban leadership networks. Langley, Virginia, at CIA headquarters for threat analysis. FBI field officers nationwide for domestic terrorism investigation. Early revenue growth told the story of Palantir's expanding reach. 2005, $3 million in revenue. Government contracts only. 2006, $10 million. 2007, $25 million. 2008, $50 million. First commercial clients added. 2010, $150 million. 2012, $400 million. By 2012, Palantir had achieved something extremely rare for a high-growth technology company: profitability. They were actually making money, not just burning venture capital. Customer revenue breakdown in 2012. Government contracts, 60% of revenue, $240 million. Commercial clients, 40% of revenue, $160 million. May 1st, 2011. Palantir software plays a role in the operation that kills Osama bin Laden. a role that remains partially classified but has been confirmed by multiple sources. How Palantir contributed? Palantir Gotham integrated dozens of different intelligence sources. CIA human intelligence on courier networks, NSA signal intelligence including phone metadata and email communications patterns, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency satellite imagery of potential compound locations, historical pattern analysis of previous high-value target operations in Pakistan. The system identified patterns and connections that human analysts, working with separate databases that did not communicate, had missed. It narrowed the search area and helped confirm the identity of the Abbottabad compound. When asked about Palantir's role in the bin Laden operation, Thiel gave a carefully worded response. I cannot comment on specific operations or specific clients due to classification requirements, but I will say this. Tools that help protect American lives and help intelligence professionals do their jobs better. That is our mission. This single operation, this single success, legitimized Palantir's entire value proposition to the national security establishment. After bin Laden, the contracts poured in. After the bin Laden success, Palantir's government business exploded. Revenue growth from 2012 to 2015. 2012, $400 million in revenue. 2013, $600 million. 2014, $900 million. 2015, $1.5 billion in revenue. Major new contracts announced publicly. US Department of Defense, $222 million for a 3-year data integration platform contract. US Army, $800 million for comprehensive data platform modernization across all Army systems. US Special Operations Command, $444 million for targeting and intelligence fusion. Department of Homeland Security, $240 million for border security and immigration enforcement systems. Palantir had become the single most important software company in the entire US defense and intelligence establishment. More important than traditional defense contractors, more embedded in classified operations. Simultaneously, Palantir launched a commercial product called Palantir Foundry for private sector clients. The sales pitch to corporate America. Your company has exactly the same problem as the CIA. Too much data, too many incompatible systems, not enough insight. We can help you find the patterns you are missing. Major commercial clients and estimated contract values. JP Morgan Chase, over $100 million, fraud detection and financial crime prevention. Morgan Stanley, over $50 million, risk management and regulatory compliance. Airbus, over $75 million, supply chain optimization and manufacturing analytics. Merck Pharmaceuticals, over $60 million, drug discovery analytics and clinical trial data integration. BP, over $80 million, oil field production optimization and predictive maintenance. Commercial revenue growth from 2015 to 2020. In 2015, they got $600 million commercial revenue. By 2016, the number was around $800 million. In 2017, they reached $1.1 billion in commercial revenue, and it became their peak year. 2018 made them hit the $750 million mark, a temporary decline due to customer churn. In 2019, revenue was around $745 million, and by 2020, they reached $1.1 billion again. This recovery was driven by COVID analytics contracts. Palantir had created a business model with two enormous locked-in customer bases: the US government and the largest corporations in the world. But Palantir's work, especially for government agencies, attracted intense controversy and moral criticism. In 2019, they secured a contract with ICE for $49 million. The purpose of the contract was enforcement and removal operations systems, meaning a software used to identify, track and process undocumented immigrants for deportation. This project came with a controversy attached. The software was used during the family separation policy at the southern border. Children separated from their parents, families torn apart. Palantir's software helped make it operationally possible. Hundreds of Palantir employees signed an internal letter demanding the company cancel the ICE contract. They argued the company was enabling human rights abuses. Thiel and Karp's response: absolute refusal. The contract would continue. Alex Karp gave a public statement saying that they had chosen sides and that the company supported American institutions. But this was not the only controversy Palantir has faced. Palantir worked alongside the NYPD with a contract estimated between $50 and $100 billion. The mission? Predictive policy. They were asked to use historical crime data to predict where future crimes will occur and who is likely to commit them. The controversy? Civil rights groups argued that the system perpetuated racial bias. Minority neighborhoods were flagged as high risk. Innocent people were put under surveillance based on algorithmic predictions. Joe Lonsdale, Palantir co-founder, had made a personal investment in Cambridge Analytica. Multiple Palantir employees, on their own time, helped Cambridge Analytica build data integration models. Both companies use similar approaches to data harvesting and psychological profiling. When the connection was exposed by journalists, Palantir claimed there was no institutional relationship, just coincidental personal connections. But the damage to Palantir's reputation was done. Thiel had built the panopticon, the all-seeing eye of corporate and government surveillance. September the 30th, 2020. After 17 years as a private company, one of the longest periods of private operation for any major tech company, Palantir finally goes public through a direct listing. They went public at $10 per share, and their market capitalization at market open was $16 billion. By the first day, shares were down 5%. The stock was initially a disappointment. Investors were skeptical of the business model, worried about customer concentration, concerned about the controversy. But then COVID-19 created massive new demand for Palantir's capabilities. 2020 to 2021, Palantir wins enormous pandemic-related government contracts with governments across the world. The pandemic proved that governments needed Palantir, and the market responded. By late 2021, Palantir stock had exploded, $29 per share. At 190% gain from the direct listing price, market capitalization $60 billion. Peter Thiel's stake, approximately 7% ownership, worth $4.2 billion at the peak. 2022, the tech crash hits Palantir brutally hard. Stock prices crashed to $6 per share, down 8% from the peak. Market cap collapses to $13 billion. Thiel's paper wealth from Palantir evaporates, billions gone. 2023 to 2024, the AI boom creates new opportunity. Palantir markets itself as the AI platform for governments and enterprises. And they get major new contract wins. The US Army invested $463 million for AI-powered battlefield analytics and decision support systems. Palantir's stock recovered, 25 to 30 per share by 2024. As of 2024, Peter Thiel's current Palantir holdings are approximately 7% of all shares, with a current value ranging from $3.8 to $4.5 billion, depending on daily stock price. This makes Palantir Thiel's single largest source of personal wealth. In 2024, Palantir's financial performance was divided between government and commercial revenue. The company's net income was $2.5 billion annually. And as big as the number is, this might represent a future problem for the company. If government budget cuts happen, Palantir is extremely vulnerable. Their entire business model depends on continued government spending. Here is Peter Thiel's fundamental contradiction. The paradox at the heart of everything he has built. He claims to be a libertarian who values individual freedom above all else. A man who believes government power should be minimal. A man who wrote that freedom and democracy are incompatible. Yet, he built the most powerful private surveillance technology company in human history. A company that gives governments and corporations unprecedented ability to monitor, track, predict, and control human behavior. Palantir's technical capabilities include real-time tracking of individuals across multiple data sources and databases. Predictive behavioral modeling that forecasts what people will do before they do it. Network analysis that maps every person you have ever contacted through any medium. Complete integration of financial records, communication metadata, location history, and social relationship data into a single unified profile. Thiel's defense of this contradiction was explaining that the alternative to Palantir is not no surveillance. The alternative is worse surveillance performed by incompetent government bureaucrats using decades-old technology that does not work properly. The critics' response was obvious. They told Thiel he had built the panopticon, the architecture of total surveillance. A system allowing governments around the world to use their citizens' information to control them. Not a system to protect them, said the critics. Palantir now operates in dozens of countries worldwide: the United States, the United Kingdom, Germany, France, Australia, and even Japan. The company has some controversial international clients, some confirmed, some alleged, but the total estimated value of all global contracts lifetime, over $10 billion in contract value. Palantir is Peter Thiel's most important company. Not because of its valuation, though that is substantial. Not because of its revenue, though that is significant. Palantir is important because it reveals the truth about Thiel's worldview. It is the bridge between his libertarian philosophy and his authoritarian reality. He claims to want freedom from government control. But Palantir gives governments unprecedented control over their citizens. The resolution of this apparent contradiction: Peter Thiel believes in freedom for the elite and surveillance for everyone else. In his vision of the world, there are rulers and there are the ruled. There are the people who make the decisions and the people who are managed. Palantir is the enforcement mechanism for that hierarchy, the technology that ensures the rulers can see everything, the system that makes resistance impossible because privacy no longer exists. And Peter Thiel sits at the center of that eye, watching the world, seeing everything, the architect of the surveillance state. In 2016, Peter Thiel made an investment that every other major technology investor avoided. While his peers in Silicon Valley were contributing millions to the opposing campaign, Thiel wrote a check for $1.25 million to Donald Trump's presidential campaign. This was not ideology. This was portfolio diversification. Thiel has always invested in contrarian positions. When everyone zigs, he zags. When consensus forms in one direction, he looks for asymmetric opportunities in the other. The 2006 donation gave him something money usually cannot buy in Silicon Valley: direct access to executive power. The return on that $1.25 million investment? A seat on the presidential transition team, input on federal technology policy, direct communication channels to the White House, credibility as a Washington power broker. And most measurably, Palantir's government contracts increased substantially during this period. But Thiel's most significant political investments came in the 2022 midterm elections. Two candidates, both former employees, both running for United States Senate. The financial commitment was unprecedented in scale. Vance had worked at Thiel's venture capital firm before writing his best-selling memoir. Thiel's total financial commitment: direct campaign contribution $15 million, super PAC expenditures $5 million, combined investment $20 million. This set a record as the largest single donor contribution to an individual Senate campaign in American history. The outcome? Vance won by 6 percentage points. Masters had worked directly for Thiel as Chief Operating Officer at Thiel Capital. Thiel's financial commitment to his campaign was a combined investment of $20 million, but unlike Vance, Masters lost by 5 percentage points. Thiel's total 2022 midterm investment was over $40 million in 2 Senate races. 2 different candidates that would have allowed him to be in direct touch with power at different chambers and stages. For context, the average competitive Senate race costs approximately $10 million total. Peter Thiel invested 4 times that amount on 2 races. It's July 2024. J.D. Vance is selected as the Republican vice presidential candidate. From a pure investment analysis perspective, this transforms the return profile on Thiel's $20 million commitment. He has considered the potential financial implications if this ticket wins, and he gets access to executive branch decision-making for 8 years, influence over federal contract allocation across multiple agencies, input on technology regulation affecting Thiel's portfolio companies. If we consider what's the estimated return on investment for Palantir's government business, what we see is current annual government revenue of $1.5 billion, potential additional contract value over 8 years, conservatively $5 to $10 billion. Anduril and other defense companies in Thiel's network, potential $3 to $5 billion in contracts. Regulatory treatment of cryptocurrency holdings, value potentially in tens of billions. The theoretical return of those 20 million invested is potentially 15 to 20 billion captured across the portfolio. That represents a potential of 750 to 1,000 times return. By comparison, Thiel's Facebook investment returned 2,000 times. To sum it up, the complete political spending of Thiel from 2016 to 2022 is $70 to $80 million. For context, Amazon spends $20 million annually on lobbying. Meta spends $20 million annually on lobbying. Google spends $12 million annually on lobbying. Thiel's approach is different. Rather than ongoing lobbying expenditures, he makes concentrated investments in individual candidates who potentially provide access for years or decades. It is the venture capital model applied to politics. Make early-stage investments in promising candidates. Provide sufficient capital to help them win. Capture value through long-term relationships and access. The candidates Thiel has supported now serve on key committees: technology regulation, defense appropriations, intelligence oversight, banking and financial services. Precisely the committees that oversee industries where Thiel has billions invested and where he can use some privileged information. Is political investment a good use of capital? The mathematics suggest yes. 70 to 80 million represents less than 1% of Thiel's net worth. The potential return, if access translates to favourable treatment for portfolio companies, could be worth billions. Even with a 50% success rate, the expected value is positive by orders of magnitude. Investment, 70 to 80 million over 8 years. Potential value captured, 15 to 30 billion across portfolio. Expected return, 200 to 400 times invested capital. That rivals the best venture capital returns in history. Peter Thiel is not playing politics. He is optimizing his portfolio. Chapter 7. The Final Exit. Peter Thiel has spent his life betting on the future, building it, funding it, accelerating it. But there is one frontier he refuses to accept as fixed: death. To him, mortality is not destiny. It is an engineering problem waiting for a breakthrough. Unlike every other system he has challenged, he believes this one too can be redesigned. While others plan for retirement, Thiel funds longevity labs. While governments plan for decades, he thinks in centuries. If time is the ultimate constraint on power, then extending life is the ultimate leverage. At the edge of the world, he built a refuge, far from political centers, far from social unrest, close only to time. In Silicon Valley, there is a dark joke shared quietly among founders and investors. How many billionaires does it take to buy a country? Just one, if he is smart enough to get there first. He invested in digital currencies that governments cannot print, in surveillance systems that see what others cannot, in political candidates who might shape the rules, in technologies that might outlive biology itself, not to save the world, to outlast it. What began as a contingency plan for a few has become an unspoken strategy among the ultra-wealthy. When the New Zealand citizenship story became public, one of Thiel's closest peers, Sam Altman, put it bluntly: "If things go really wrong, I'm flying to Peter's place." Some men try to make history. Peter Thiel is trying to escape it. And if the future breaks, he intends to be standing somewhere it cannot reach.
The UK has voted to leave the European Union.
On June 23, 2016, the United Kingdom voted to leave the European Union. It was one of the most disruptive political moments of recent decades. And behind that decision was a specific promise: that Britain didn't need Europe, that it had something better, something bigger, something more its own. They called it the Commonwealth. 56 countries, 2.5 billion people, 1/3 of the world's population. Leave politicians presented it as a dormant commercial network, ready to wake up. The natural alternative to the European single market. Proof that Britain remained, at its core, a global power. There is a problem with that story. At the time of Brexit, the Commonwealth represented 9% of the UK's foreign trade. The European Union represented 43%. It wasn't that the Commonwealth was an imperfect alternative to the EU, it's that it was never an alternative at all. So, what exactly is the Commonwealth? And how is it possible that an entire nation gambled its economic future on an organization that almost no one can define?
After Britain left the EU, you had this idea of a global Britain foreign policy. So the idea that Britain would now look beyond the small provincial Europe and look at the world, and that this fitted well with Britain's history, the history of a globalist power, the history of a free trading nation. That's interesting because by calling Britain historically a country with a globalist outlook and a free trade outlook, all of this is true, but it's obviously just half of the story, because those global connections, they arose from the empire. So the empire is always there, but it's never mentioned.
To understand the Commonwealth, you first have to understand what preceded it: the largest empire the world has ever known. At its height, the British Empire ruled over 1/4 of the Earth's land surface, 400 million people. It was said to be the empire on which the sun never set. That empire vanished, but something remained in its place, and that something, the Commonwealth, has spent 70 years generating an uncomfortable question. What is it for, and for whom? Because this is where the story gets interesting. It turns out the Commonwealth does not primarily benefit the United Kingdom. It doesn't provide military power, commercial weight, or real diplomatic influence. Paradoxically, those who benefit the most are the ones least mentioned: the 33 small member states, from Malta to Tuvalu, from Belize to the Solomon Islands, who use those summits to sit in the same room as the leaders of the world's great powers.
So I really wouldn't think of the Commonwealth as an instrument of British power at all. But I think that in certain circumstances it adds to the power of certain member countries, especially the small ones. If you are the head of government of a small country in, for example, Africa, and that country has limited trade, limited connections, then getting into a room very regularly with many world leaders, including the leaders of big countries such as the United Kingdom or Australia or New Zealand, that gives you clout, and that gives you influence, and that gives you visibility, and all that matters in international relation and in diplomacy.
And so, Brexit carries another level of irony that few have pointed out. The United Kingdom sold its people the idea that the Commonwealth would restore the global prominence that Europe had taken away. But the Commonwealth was never their tool. If anything, it was the tool of everyone else. Which brings us back to the question that opens this documentary. How is it possible that an entire country bet so heavily on something that so few understand? The answer has to do with history, identity, and nostalgia. The extraordinary human capacity to remember the past very selectively.
I think the first challenge the Commonwealth is facing in the 21st century is relevance. I don't think it will stop to exist, but there are those who say that people won't leave it because it's not important enough to leave it. The question is, how much can it still matter in a completely changed world compared to what it was at its inception? And also it's a generational change, not just in the United Kingdom, but in the member states of the Commonwealth.
To understand that question, you have to go back to the beginning. Because the Commonwealth didn't appear out of nowhere. It was built, brick by brick, on the ruins of the largest empire the world has ever seen. And to understand what it is today, you first need to understand what it was designed to replace. The First and Second World Wars severely weakened Britain's hold on its overseas territories. The empire had invested all its resources in defeating Nazi Germany, leading to a gradual loss of control over its colonies. The period following the Second World War is known to historians as decolonization.
The United Kingdom is a multiracial society. You have big communities of Indian heritage, Bangladeshi heritage, Caribbean heritage, and of course that all has to do with the history of the empire and of the Commonwealths.
The search for an appropriate name already indicates the organization's long quest for meaning. In the early 1900s, the South African statesman Jan Smuts coined the term Commonwealth to describe the community of white settler territories within the British colonial world.
The Commonwealth is an organization which evolved very gradually. So you didn't have a moment when somebody laid down a charter and created an organization and laid down the rules, and it is a pretty loose association. You didn't even have regular meetings of the member countries for a significant period of time. You have these meetings today, but it evolved over time, and it grew over time because originally you only had, before 1949, you only had the 7 members, and the so-called white dominions, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa. That changed when more and more countries wanted independence from the British Empire.
The term referred to the territories dominated by European settlers within the British Empire, including Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and South Africa. Only these countries were believed capable of forming their own democratic nations.
The Commonwealth was created in 1931 with the so-called Statute of Westminster. That was a law, and it came 5 years after the Big Imperial Conference of 1926, where the decisions underlying that law were made.
In 1926, the Balfour Declaration introduced the term British Commonwealth of Nations. Member countries, as well as the United Kingdom itself, were described as voluntary, freely associated members of a federation of democracies under the imperial umbrella. After the First World War, these countries became largely sovereign states, with only a few remnants of colonial dependence on London, mainly in foreign policy. The Statute of Westminster of 1931 gave this formal legal weight. But the Commonwealth as we know it today would only take shape almost 2 decades later, with a pivotal moment that changed everything: India's independence.
The Commonwealth as we know it today was really created later in 1949, when India, which had recently become independent, joined the Commonwealth as a republic. And at that moment, a new role was created for the British sovereign, the British king. He was now the King of England and the Commonwealth realms, such as Australia, and he was also the head of the Commonwealth. So he was the head of the larger organization.
One of these 15 Commonwealth realms, counting the United Kingdom itself, is St. Lucia. In 1966, the West German media reported on its admission to the Commonwealth.
St. Lucia, discovered by Columbus, fought over by French and English. First and last state visit by the British monarch before the island kingdom in the Caribbean Sea joins the Commonwealth as an independent group of states.
The Commonwealth, to this day, really consists of 2 different groups of countries. The so-called Commonwealth realms, countries which still have the British monarch as their head of states, and today there are 14 of them. And then the much larger group of Commonwealth countries, the vast majority of them were once British colonies or mandate territories or subjugated territories in any way, but they are now republics. And they do not recognize the British monarch as their head of state at all, but they're part of the Commonwealth, and of that Commonwealth, the British monarch is the head.
When India, Pakistan, and Ceylon joined the Commonwealth as the first non-white former colonies between 1947 and 1949, the term British was dropped. The main idea was that Britain was just one part of a larger entity, not the entire empire. Over time, of nations was also removed, and now it is simply referred to as the Commonwealth.
And you have this huge transition process of decolonization in the late 40s and throughout the 1950s and the 1960s. So you have more and more countries becoming independent and joining the Commonwealth. What's important is that a country that became independent wasn't obliged to join. It didn't have to join the Commonwealth if it didn't want to, but most did.
London. Queen Elizabeth and the Duke of Edinburgh take off from the English capital's airport on a 6-month tour. Queen Elizabeth and her husband plan to fly around the world, visiting the countries of the British Commonwealth.
Today, the official Commonwealth consists of 56 member countries. King Charles III is recognized by all as head of the Commonwealth. It spans roughly a third of the world's population, with representation on every continent and within all major religious groups. Its members range from some of the world's wealthiest nations, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, Singapore, and Brunei, to some of the poorest, including Malawi, Mozambique, Sierra Leone, and Rwanda. All member states have equal formal rights and decision-making within the organization.
There are also some countries which joined which have never been part of the British Empire. There are countries which very recently joined the Commonwealth because they just wanted to be part of this international organization because they saw a benefit in this. I think one of the consequences of the creation of the Commonwealth was that I think in British public perception and the self-image that the British have of themselves, it softened the blow of decolonization because everybody still remained in the same club.
The membership list has undergone significant fluctuations over the decades. South Africa withdrew in 1961 under pressure from other members over apartheid, but was readmitted in 1994 after its abolition. Gambia left in 2013 and rejoined in 2018. Pakistan withdrew in 1972 and rejoined in 1989. Nigeria, 1995 to 1999, Sierra Leone, 1997 to 1998, and Fiji, 2000 to 2001, and 2009 to 2014, were suspended for human rights violations. In 2018, Zimbabwe applied for readmission after the ousting of longtime ruler Robert Mugabe. The application remains under review.
The human rights record of the Commonwealth isn't very good. In 2013, Sri Lanka hosted the Commonwealth Conference, and that was a time when there had just been a civil war in that country, and the government of the country was actually accused of pretty drastic human rights violations and war crimes. So the idea that the Commonwealth is a group of democracies or a group of countries which share values and value human rights, it is simply not true. I would rather say that some of the members use the Commonwealth to whitewash their own pretty poor human rights records.
Firstly, the Commonwealth does not serve as a foreign policy tool of the United Kingdom. The UK is symbolically at the helm, with its monarch recognized as head of the Commonwealth, but that does not translate into political control.
The monarchy was supposed to be very visible in the colonies. Now there aren't any colonies anymore, but this idea of the crown keeping the Commonwealth together existed during Queen Elizabeth's reign.
Secondly, the Commonwealth is not a military alliance like NATO and does not provide collective security. Unlike the former British Empire, it is not held together by troop deployments, and there are no common military structures. Britain does not wield military power on behalf of the Commonwealth, and few member countries rely on the United Kingdom for their security. Countries like Canada and Australia have relied on the United States for decades.
It would be a big mistake to assume that the Commonwealth acted as one or shared one opinion at moments of international political crises. The Suez Crisis was a big turning point in the history of the British Empire, and it was a disaster of British foreign policy in 1956. And at the time, it was important to the British government, which was under a lot of pressure, to gain the support of the Commonwealth members. but it didn't get it from all. They got a lot of support from Australia and from New Zealand, but countries such as India stayed completely out of it and didn't share the British point of view on the crisis.
Thirdly, the Commonwealth is not a supranational union of states like the European Union.
I don't think that the Commonwealth really adds much to Britain's power in the world. It does give it a certain soft power in the sense that Britain to this day has a vast network of embassies all around the world, and they have a tradition of connections and just a worldview that looks at every bit of the globe. But to think of the Commonwealth as an organization which is led by the British and which is really sort of an alternative to the EU, where Britain can wield power, that is completely unrealistic.
In the Commonwealth, there is no executive body like the EU Commission, no common parliament, and no independent judicial system. Member states do not delegate sovereignty to the Commonwealth. Although many members share a common law tradition, there is no binding, overarching legal framework.
Being in the Commonwealth is not that big of a commitment, and it doesn't preclude you to have close connections with anybody else. For example, there is no longer such a thing as a Commonwealth citizenship. You can't just decide, I live in India and I want to move to Australia and we're both in the Commonwealth, so I can just go. That's not how it works.
Fourthly, the Commonwealth is not a closed economic area, nor an alternative to the world market. It does not constitute its own customs union or free trade zone.
The Commonwealth today is not hugely important when it comes to trade or economic links. It's mainly a soft power organization. What it gives the member countries is visibility and an opportunity to get into a room with other leaders from around the world, and especially with some very big players in international diplomacy, such as, of course, the United Kingdom, but also such as Canada or Australia. And I think this is one of the reasons why so many countries have decided to stay in the Commonwealth, because it does give them diplomatic opportunities and the opportunity to regularly meet with big players in the international.
Fifthly, the Commonwealth is not a substitute empire. The most significant difference from an empire is that membership is entirely voluntary. No country is compelled to join or remain.
There are those who look at the British Crown and see it as a symbol of oppression or a symbol of colonialism. That's a little simple because the British monarchy hasn't had political power in a very long time. But still, in the end of the day, the role in Britain, but also in the Commonwealth, of the British monarchy is to symbolize the country. And if you're looking at Britain from the perspective of a country which has been really subject to brutal colonial rule and which has also been a hub of slavery or the slave trade, then you might just want to cut those ties.
A country can leave the Commonwealth at any time. Ireland did so in 1949. The door, however, swings both ways, and most former colonies have chosen to stay.
The first big and really relevant turning point was 1949, when India became a member as a republic.
In 1950, when India became a self-governing republic, the Indian people preferred not to recognize the British Crown as their symbol of Commonwealth membership.
And as a consequence, the British monarch got a new role because he couldn't be head of state of India, but he could be head of the Commonwealth. And then you had this huge process of transformation during the late 40s and then the 50s and the early 60s, when all these different British colonies, and let's remember, the empire didn't just consist of colonies. There were mandate territories. There were formerly independent countries which were actually so dependent that they were what we call part of the informal empire.
Today, the Commonwealth is particularly beneficial for its smaller members. There are 33 small state members distributed across the globe, from Malta and Cyprus to Fiji and Tuvalu. Countries with small populations and weak economies can benefit from organizational resources and diplomatic access that would otherwise be far beyond their reach.
And you now had these vastly different countries which shared one thing, which was the link to the UK, which still were in this very loose organization, but which included completely different political systems. God knows they were not all democracies, and many of them didn't even have very good human rights records. So this idea that they share so many values is, in my view, very simplistic and somewhat a rose-tinted view of the Commonwealth and the history of the empire. It's important to remember that the Commonwealth was created as a post-colonial club, and it did preserve a link with the former imperialist power.
From 1947 to 1949, the modern Commonwealth emerged with the inclusion of its first Asian members, India, Pakistan, and Ceylon, now Sri Lanka. As the British Empire declined, the number of Commonwealth members grew. During their time in office from 1951 to 1964, conservative governments viewed the Commonwealth as a kind of buffer against the full repercussions of imperial collapse.
In 1948, the so-called British Nationality Act was passed, and that was a law which established a citizenship, which made the citizens of the Commonwealth citizens of the UK or the colonies. And it meant that they could migrate to the United Kingdom freely. And there was very significant migration from some parts of the former empire and the Commonwealth in the late 40s and throughout the 1950s. The migration of the 50s really changed the fabric of British society, and we see the consequences. The United Kingdom we know today, we wouldn't have had without that history of empire and Commonwealth. There is this politician, the Labour politician David Lammy, who is a very prominent Labour politician, and he once held a speech in Parliament about migration.
The Windrush story begins in the 17th century, when British slave traders stole 12 million Africans from their homes, took them to the Caribbean, sold them into slavery to work on plantations. The wealth of this country was built on the backs of the Windrush generation's ancestors. We are here today because you were there. My ancestors were British subjects, but they were not British subjects because they came to Britain. They were British subjects because Britain came to them, took them across the Atlantic, colonized them, sold them into slavery, profited from their labor, and made them British subjects.
Prince Philip, representing the Queen of England, was a warmly welcomed guest as the British colony of Tanganyika prepared to begin a new chapter in its history by declaring independence.
And then in 1971, another law was passed, which basically meant that whether or not you were a Commonwealth citizen made no difference to your rights to come to the United Kingdom. Especially in the 1950s, there was a lot of migration, especially from the Caribbean. And at the time, that was desired because there were shortages of workers. They needed people to staff, for example, the NHS, the National Health Service. So that was welcome, but it also produced a counter movement in the United Kingdom. There were people who simply didn't like migrants, especially black migrants. And the result of this was that there were laws passed in the early 60s and then in the early 70s, which severely limited the right of Commonwealth citizens to come to the United Kingdom.
The 1960s also dashed the hopes of those who believed Britain could build a British world system, a third force alongside the American and Soviet superpowers. During the Cold War, the Commonwealth resisted easy alignment. India increasingly leaned towards the Soviet Union. Tanzania pursued its own socialist path. From 1954, the United States built its own alliance with Pakistan, reducing London's influence in the region. The Commonwealth, which did not fit neatly into Cold War bloc thinking, was viewed with suspicion by Washington.
And in 1965, there was another turning point with the creation of the Commonwealth Secretariat, which gave the whole organization a more formal footing and a more organized way of dealing with one another. In the 1970s and 1980s, many Commonwealth countries were fiercely opposed to apartheid in South Africa.
Commonwealth leaders meet in London. An important issue was South Africa's policy of separation. The controversial question of whether South Africa should remain in the Commonwealth despite this policy was not resolved.
South Africa was the wealthiest and most powerful country south of the Sahara, and the most difficult test of the Commonwealth's stated values. It served as a model of white supremacy in settler societies. While London initially sought to keep South Africa within the Commonwealth, pressure from the new African member states forced the apartheid regime to withdraw in 1961.
Interesting is that in the 1970s and 80s, the Commonwealth had a bit of a radical history in the sense that many Commonwealth members were very engaged in questions of racial discrimination and especially apartheid in South Africa. The majority of Commonwealth countries was obviously opposed to apartheid, and they used their meetings to talk about it and to try to mobilize against it. So you have former colonies which use this post-colonial club to promote policies which are actually fiercely anti-colonialist and sometimes left-wing, and also which are fiercely opposed to racial segregation. This idea that being in the Commonwealth will help to preserve human rights or improve human rights, I'm a bit doubtful that it has that kind of relevance. An issue like climate change is, of course, highly relevant to many Commonwealth countries, and the fact that they meet and talk regularly, for them to put that on their agenda is an important thing, which it gives the whole question of climate change prominence and visibility. I think the role of the Commonwealth in promoting things like the fight against climate change or the global improvement of human rights is quite limited.
After Britain voted to leave the European Union in 2016, some politicians promoted the idea of using the Commonwealth as the foundation of a new global Britain, a neo-imperial concept that quickly proved to be an illusion. By the time of Brexit, the Commonwealth accounted for only around 9% of Britain's external trade, compared to 43% within the EU. Moreover, the majority of that Commonwealth trade was concentrated in just 5 bilateral relationships with India, Canada, Australia, Singapore, and South Africa. And those relationships are governed by individual trade agreements, not by Commonwealth membership. The organization offers no common trade framework that Britain could simply activate post-Brexit.
After Britain left the EU, you had this idea of a global Britain foreign policy. So the idea that Britain would now look beyond the small provincial Europe and look at the world, and that this fitted well with Britain's history, the history of a globalist power, the history of a free trading nation. That's interesting because all of this is true, but it's obviously just half of the story, because those global connections, they arose from the empire. So the empire is always there, but it's never mentioned.
The major Commonwealth economies have shown little appetite for serving as a replacement for the EU. Many, including Australia, Canada, and India, increasingly see China as their primary trading partner for the future. There is also a fundamental contradiction at the heart of the Brexit Commonwealth vision. What Commonwealth states would most desire in exchange for deeper ties, easier immigration to the United Kingdom, is precisely what Brexit made more difficult to offer.
I think the first challenge the Commonwealth is facing in the 21st century is relevance. I don't think it will stop to exist, but there are those who say that people won't leave it because it's not important enough to leave it. The question is, how much can it still matter in a completely changed world compared to what it was at its inception?
In the 21st century, belief in shared values within the Commonwealth is slowly eroding. Long-standing tensions between members, such as India and Pakistan, continue to undermine any sense of collective purpose. This was starkly illustrated when 9 Commonwealth members abstained from the UN vote to condemn Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Given its loose and voluntary structure, the Commonwealth can offer only symbolic support in such moments. And yet, perhaps, that has always been the point. One of the reasons Brexit could happen was the internalized belief, deeply embedded in parts of British culture, that Britain, and by extension the Commonwealth, remains a global power. The Commonwealth has, to a certain extent, allowed the British to avoid confronting a profoundly changed world.
Most people see this and think culture. They see a charming, eco-friendly tradition. But look closer. This isn't just people liking to pedal. What you are watching is a high-frequency, low-friction economic machine.
Ultimately, private car ownership is going to become obsolete. Cities are building for pedestrians, they're building for cycling, they're building for livability, not for cars.
The bike economy, the multi-billion-dollar system of Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, the bicycle isn't a toy. It is a critical urban infrastructure. If this system failed today, the city's economy would collapse tomorrow. For decades, the world has viewed Amsterdam through a romantic lens. But cities don't run on vibes. They run on systems. And when a system moves hundreds of thousands of people every single day, it stops being a choice and starts demanding three things: space, rules, and capital. Research shows that the cycling system contributes benefits equivalent to roughly 3% of the Netherlands' GDP. This isn't just green energy. It's hard cash saved in public health, reduced absenteeism at work, and, most importantly, unlocked productivity. Every person on a bike is a person who isn't taking up 12 square meters of public space with a car. That freed up space allows for high-value real estate, commerce, and tourism. In economics, we call this optimization of land use. But success created a crisis. By the 2010s, Amsterdam had a clutter problem. Thousands of bikes were choking the streets. The solution? One of the most expensive and daring engineering projects in the city. They built a cathedral for 7,000 bicycles, under the water. It cost millions. From a traditional linear perspective, spending that much on free parking seems insane. But from a circular economy perspective, a model where Amsterdam is a global leader with 30.6% circularity rate, it was a mandatory investment. As we see in the latest urban governance reports, planning isn't an option here. It's the only way to exist. In this documentary, we are going beyond the postcard. We will travel back to 1965 to see why the first sharing economy experiment failed. We will use scientific GPS data to track the shadow economy of the 80,000 bikes stolen every year. And we will explore how Amsterdam is using the bicycle to become the world's first 100% circular city by 2050. This is the story of how a humble machine with two wheels became the backbone of a multi-billion-dollar urban miracle. To understand why Amsterdam spends 85 million euros on underwater parking today, we have to go back to a time when the city almost lost its soul to the car, the 1960s. As post-war prosperity grew, Amsterdam was being choked by motor vehicles. In response, a counterculture group called the Provost launched what would become the first bike-sharing program in history, the Witte Fietsenplan, or the White Bike Plan. Their proposal was radical and purely idealistic. Paint 20,000 bicycles white, leave them unlocked across the city, and let anyone use them for free. No keys, no coins, no owners. They viewed mobility as a public good, as essential and free as the air we breathe. On paper, it was a circular economy, avant la lettre. In practice, it was a disaster. Within days, the system collapsed. Why? Because the Provost ignored a fundamental principle of economics, the tragedy of the commons.
Cuando hablamos de la matriz de bienes, estamos hablando de la matriz insumo-producto, que es una herramienta económica que nos sirve de manera simplificada, como siempre, ¿no? Como los modelos económicos, para entender cuál es la relación entre los diferentes productos y su utilización. Por tanto, en este caso nos interesa especialmente verlo desde la parte de la oferta y luego la utilización de los bienes y servicios que hay en una sociedad en un momento dado, ¿no? Entonces tenemos que entender cuáles son sus componentes, la utilidad también, y tenemos que ver de qué manera se actualiza esta estructura.
Without ownership or registration, public property quickly became nobody's property. In an unregulated system with zero entry cost, the incentive to maintain the asset disappears. Without locks or registration, public property quickly became nobody's property. The police confiscated the bikes because they invited theft, and the citizens, driven by individual rationalism, either took them home or threw them into the canals. The lesson was harsh. You cannot have a massive urban transit system based solely on romanticism. You need governance. However, the white bikes planted a seed. It shifted the economic debate. The city realized that if they didn't want to spend billions on highways like Los Angeles or London, they had to invest in a different kind of capital. Transition requires not just technology, but a change in urban metabolism. The failure of the white bikes taught Amsterdam that the bicycle had to be integrated into the formal economy of the city, not as a rebel symbol, but as a regulated, taxed and planned asset. Today, the free spirit of the white bikes only survives in one place, the Hoge Veluwe National Park. But in the city, the white bike has been replaced by a sophisticated capital incentive model. We no longer trust in the goodness of the user. We trust in incentives. We move the tragedy of the commons to a system of managed common pool resources. In economics, success can be as disruptive as failure. By the late 2010s, Amsterdam was a victim of its own efficiency. With nearly 1 million bicycles in the city, the urban surface had reached a breaking point. Every bridge, railing, and sidewalk was occupied by idle metal. This wasn't just an aesthetic grievance, it was an economic bottleneck. Thousands of parked bikes were clogging the city's arteries, slowing down 200,000 daily commuters at Central Station. In one of the world's most expensive real estate markets, free surface parking is a luxury that a functional city cannot afford. The opportunity cost of that space was becoming too high. To solve this, Amsterdam launched De Entree, a massive urban reconfiguration project. The crown jewel? The open havenfront underwater parking. Consider that figure. Spending 60 million euros just to store 7,000 bicycles underwater. To a traditional accountant, this looks like a massive sunk cost. But to an urban economist, it's a masterstroke of asset management. By moving 7,000 bikes beneath the water, the city performed open heart surgery on its central hub. They reclaimed the surface, restoring the landscape to its 1900s aesthetic. This isn't just about beauty, it's about maximizing pedestrian flow. A station that breathes and flows is a station that generates higher economic value for the surrounding businesses. However, an €85 million asset must be managed like a high-performance logistics center. You cannot allow zombie bikes to occupy these slots indefinitely. This is where the incentive structure comes into play. The primary goal isn't profit, it's turnover. By offering the first 24 hours for free, the city subsidizes the daily workforce. But by charging a daily fee thereafter, they penalize long-term storage and abandonment. Using advanced optical sensors, the city monitors idle inventory in real time, ensuring that these 7,000 slots remain a liquid asset for those who keep the economy moving. Finally, we must consider the cost of friction.
Si hablamos del coste de fricción, estamos haciendo mención a todos aquellos costes de transporte, dinero, energía y tiempo que tenemos que asumir en relación a una distancia y un transporte con un tráfico que vamos a tener que recorrer en un espacio urbano generalmente, es donde más se estudia. Estamos hablando igual de 0,26 euros por kilómetro y esto al final lo que está es afectando a los costes de las personas, de las empresas, de las familias a la hora de desplazarse dentro de espacios.
In transport economics, every second lost in a transfer is a loss in human capital and productivity. This underwater facility connects directly to the metro and train platforms. A commuter can transition from their bicycle to their train seat in less than 2 minutes, shielded from the elements. This level of intermodal synergy is exactly what makes Amsterdam's circular economy, currently at a record 30.6% circularity rate, a functional reality rather than just a policy goal.
Si lo comparamos con Ámsterdam, tú ves a la gente yendo en traje. Ahí tiene un refrán que es vístete para tu destino, ¿no? No te vistas para tu trayecto. Entonces, la bicicleta tiene que venir a solucionar muchísimos trayectos que actualmente estamos haciendo en coche, moviendo 1 tonelada de peso para mover a un tío de 70 kilos y que son trayectos de menos de 5 kilómetros, ¿no? Que perfectamente se pueden hacer en bicicleta.
But this transition to a highly regulated system created its own set of problems. Because when you turn a bicycle into a valuable economic asset, you create something else, a black market. In Amsterdam, data doesn't tell the whole story. While police record 11,000 thefts a year, the reality is closer to 80,000. Most citizens don't report it. Cost of time is higher than the bike's value. This creates a massive shadow market operating entirely outside the official GDP. Forget the myth of international bike smuggling rings. A 2023 study tracking 100 bikes proved that stolen assets rarely leave the city. Instead, they feed a shadow circular economy. Your stolen bike is sold to a street dealer and then bought by your neighbor. It's a localized, untaxed, and illegal closed loop. High theft risk creates a market distortion. If you expect your bike to be stolen within months, you don't buy quality, you buy junk. This beta bike equilibrium keeps the city's transport fleet low quality and forces owners to spend more on locks than the bikes themselves. These aren't victimless crimes. They are negative externalities that drain city resources. Amsterdam's answer? The Fiat depot. Since the city couldn't stop the theft, it decided to manage the orphaned assets. Because in a circular city, even a stolen bike is a resource that must be managed to maintain the urban metabolism. In a city with more bicycles than people, orphaned assets are an inevitability. Every year, thousands of bikes are simply left behind. In economic terms, this is dead capital. They occupy valuable public space, provide zero utility, and degrade the urban landscape. According to official Amsterdam regulations, the city must intervene when private property interferes with public efficiency. Whether it's an improperly parked bike blocking an emergency exit or a wreck that is no longer functional, the municipality acts as the ultimate enforcer of spatial order. All seized bicycles are transported to a central facility, the Fiat depot. This is a logistical powerhouse that manages the city's lost capital. This isn't just a pound, it's a sorting facility for the city's metal metabolism. The retrieval. Owners have around 6 weeks to claim their bike for a fee, approximately €25. This fee doesn't cover the full operational cost, but it serves as a user pays tax to discourage abandonment. If your bicycle was removed from a city parking facility, you will also pay €33.75 parking cost. The sorting. Only about 25% of bikes are ever reclaimed. The rest? They are classified as waste or asset. Here is where the Circular Economy Strategy 2020 to 2025 becomes tangible. Amsterdam aims to reduce the use of new raw materials by 50% by 2030. The Fiat depot doesn't just scrap everything. Refurbishment. Bikes in decent condition are sold to social enterprises or second-hand shops. They are recirculated into the economy at a low price point, providing affordable mobility for low-income residents. Education. Many are used in vocational training programs, turning junk into a teaching tool for future mechanics. Raw materials. The unsalvageable ones are sold as high-quality scrap metal, feeding back into the industrial cycle. What we see here is a complete life cycle management of a transport mode. The biggest challenge for circular cities is the lack of effective governance mechanisms. Amsterdam succeeds because it treats the bicycle as a public utility. From the multi-million euro investment under the water to the scrap metal in the harbour, the city manages the entire cradle-to-grave cycle of the bicycle. Amsterdam is no longer just building bike lanes, it is building a new economic DNA. The city has set a target that many economists call impossible: to be 100% circular by 2050. This means that by mid-century, every gram of steel in a bicycle and every stone in a bridge must stay within the economic loop. The take, make, waste model will be extinct. For Amsterdam, the bicycle is the alpha product, the test case for how a city can move, consume, and recycle without depleting the planet's capital. To reach 100% circularity, the concept of private ownership is being challenged by a more efficient model: product as a service. You don't buy the bike, you rent the mobility.
So we talk a lot about ownership as a service, but it's this idea of, something as a service. So in our case, bike as a service, it's all of the benefits of ownership, but none of the drawbacks. So none of having to deal with the maintenance or any of the things that come with actually owning something.
Economically, this aligns the incentives of the producer and the consumer. If the bike breaks, it's the company's problem, not yours.
By centralizing all of that maintenance, obviously we cut costs significantly, we cut waste significantly. But for the individual user, they have nothing to worry about. As a subscriber, you get all of your maintenance. So we come and do preventative maintenance. So first of all, that obviously reduced the cost overall, not so much to the end user, but the cost of the business. That prevents breakdowns and things like that. But in the end, if you think about the cost of time, the cost of effort, maybe you don't even know how to maintain your own bike, having a service that does all of that for you is just a matter of convenience.
This forces manufacturers to design for durability and modularity, the core pillars of this circular economy. When the city manages the flow and private companies manage the maintenance, the shadow economy of theft we saw in Act 3 begins to shrink.
So if you subscribe to a bike from Clover and your bike gets stolen, first of all, we actually probably will notice that it got stolen maybe even before you did, because we have GPS on all of the bikes. But if it does get stolen, you use our WhatsApp chat, you basically send us a message and we come and bring you a new bike immediately.
Why steal a bike that is tracked, branded, and has no resale value in a subscription-based market? So what is the final return on investment? Let's look at the triple bottom line. Public health. By avoiding 11,000 deaths annually through active transport, the Dutch economy saves 19 billion euros in healthcare costs. Urban density. By utilizing underwater parking and vertical depots, Amsterdam maintains a population density that would be impossible with cars, keeping real estate productivity at peak levels. Resource independence. By reclaiming metal from the Fiat depot, the city insulates itself from global commodity price shocks. This is a sustainable urban metabolism. The city isn't just a place where people live, it's a living organism that processes resources with maximum efficiency. Amsterdam's success has sent a clear message to the rest of the continent. Spatial efficiency is the only way forward for the modern metropolis. Across Europe, the bicycle has moved from being a leisure tool to a cornerstone of urban recovery and economic resilience. In Paris, a city once defined by its congestion, The Plan Vélo is investing hundreds of millions to become 100% cyclable. In Barcelona, the superblocks are reclaiming entire intersections from cars to create human-centric lungs. These aren't just environmental projects, they are market corrections. The cities are betting that a quieter, cleaner and more agile urban centre will attract more talent, more tourism and higher property values. From the cycle superhighways of London to the industrial hubs of Germany, the economic logic is consistent. Replacing a 1.5-ton vehicle with a 15-kilogram machine reduces the cost of maintenance for the city and increases the productivity of the citizen. But while northern capitals have the advantage of decades of infrastructure, the real test is happening in the south. In the Mediterranean, where the street is a social space and the sun is a constant resource, a new leader is emerging. A city that has used the Amsterdam blueprint to transform itself at record speed.
Estamos a años luz de la infraestructura ciclista que tiene Ámsterdam o cualquier ciudad de Holanda. ¿Necesitamos esas grandísimas infraestructuras? Bueno, podemos crear esas grandísimas infraestructuras y nos serán necesarias pues, en sitios donde haya muchísimo tráfico, muchísima afluencia, como pueden ser las estaciones de tren, estaciones de autobuses, la playa mismo. Valencia tiene playa, pues la playa tiene que tener mucha infraestructura. Pero después, también con esto que hablamos de la permeabilidad de la bicicleta, también tiene que haber pequeños sitios donde tú puedas dejar tu bicicleta de forma segura para que vas a visitar a un amigo, pues que puedas dejar la bicicleta en su portal, vas a tomarte algo, pues que puedas estar viendo la bicicleta desde donde te estás tomando una cerveza, ¿no? Como que tenemos que mezclar ambos modelos, el de grandísimas infraestructuras para cuestiones concretas, para donde haya muchísima demanda, pero después también tiene que haber una cierta integración en el día a día que sea fácil de utilizar.
If Amsterdam is the blueprint, Valencia is the laboratory.
El gran reto que hay es, primero, no empezar a utilizar la bicicleta para trayectos en los que no hace falta utilizar la bicicleta. En España caminamos muchísimo, en Valencia se camina mucho. No hace falta, igual para todos los trayectos, que se sustituyan en bicicleta, ¿no? Y luego también la gestión de las bicicletas abandonadas, aquellos espacios que la gente utiliza como trastero, como no, bueno, estos espacios que tenemos que dar para guardar la bici tiene que ser como medio de transporte y que haya una rotación más o menos alta para que no, pues eso, que no sea una prolongación de los trasteros de gente que realmente no está utilizando la bicicleta para moverse.
In less than a decade, this Mediterranean city has transitioned from a car-centric capital to a global reference in urban metabolism.
Si tú mejoras el transporte público, si tú amplías aceras y haces ese espacio más agradable para caminar, creas infraestructura ciclista, más gente va a escoger estos modos de transporte y entonces sí que va a haber un trasvase, ¿no? de gente que estaba yendo en coche a gente que ahora utiliza una movilidad activa, una movilidad más beneficiosa.
Valencia's transformation wasn't a matter of vibes or romanticism. It was a calculated investment in spatial efficiency.
I think attracting top global talent means that you need to have a vibrant, livable city. And I think most young people, particularly who are coming into the workforce now, are looking for ways to get around a city that doesn't rely on public transit. They don't want to own a car because car ownership is a total burden, having to find parking, insurance, cost of the car, all of that. So having this accessible infrastructure, cycling infrastructure specifically, and in a city like Valencia that already has a lot of reasons to attract top talent, just makes it that much better. Cycling is a preferred way to get around in Valencia. We're number 7 in the world for cycling to work, for example. So adding a layer of an easy subscription e-bike service to that just, again, attracts even more top talent to the city.
By implementing the Anillo Ciclista, the city has reclaimed high-value public space to boost local commerce and reduce the toxic liability of the car.
It's important to remember that oftentimes with cars, although they can fit multiple people, most of the time it's one person per one car. So when we're asking about 10 bikes versus one car, we're essentially saying 10 people versus one person. So we have a 10x multiplier on essentially everything that's happening on that street, whether that be visits to the businesses, whether that be transactions and purchases, everything gets that 10x multiplier and increases revenue for the whole street.
In economics, this is the optimization of land use, the same principle that drove Amsterdam to build under its canals.
If I'm cycling and I pass by, for example, a bakery, I smell that bakery, and I go, oh, you know what, maybe I'm going to stop in, try something, one of those products, essentially become a patron of that business. Whereas if I'm passing by in a car, there's no chance of that happening. And the other benefit is car parking also has this sort of psychological effect on the streets and the people that live there. Car parking makes the space feel a lot more closed in and a lot more cramped than bike parking, which keeps the space very nice and open.
Emerging businesses are shifting the market from ownership to usership.
You know, our customers, they depend on their bikes as a reliable way to get around. And so we use an ownership as a service model. So instead of owning the asset yourself, you subscribe to it from us. And we think that's what customers need in terms of reliable day-to-day transportation. If you look at something like Lime or Valin-BC, they will have that idle asset problem. And certainly ownership, obviously, the same thing. But with us, you know, handling maintenance, battery swapping, theft protection, insurance, all of that, and yet still having access to the bike anytime you want, it's your bike.
Subscription models like Swap Fiats, which already dominate the Dutch market, are landing in Valencia. These companies treat the bike as a service, covering all maintenance and repairs for a monthly fee.
Ownership isn't necessarily a bad investment, but I think most consumers are moving away from owning things. You know, people are leasing their cars, people are, you know, more and more renting their homes. So for us, a subscription model made sense, that and affordability.
This eliminates the fear of theft and long-term depreciation, turning the bicycle into a predictable, low-friction utility for the modern worker. The impact extends to logistics. In Valencia's historic centre, where large trucks are increasingly restricted, last-mile delivery by cargo bike is becoming the gold standard for efficiency. We are witnessing the birth of micro-hubs, small urban distribution centres that allow for zero-emission, high-speed delivery in high-density zones. From the massive underwater investments in Amsterdam to the emerging subscription models in Valencia, the message is clear. The bicycle is no longer just a hobby. It is a financial instrument and a spatial optimizer.
You know, when we were speaking to consumers about how we could get them to switch from a car to an e-bike, it was all about convenience. So it was about this idea that, you know, with a car, you can go point A to point B whenever you want. You're not relying on public transit or any of those things. But if you need gas, you go to a gas station, it takes 5 minutes and you're back on your way. People perceived e-bikes as inconvenient because, oh, what if I forget to charge the battery? Then it's just kind of a very heavy paperweight. But if we eliminate that need for charging and people can just come and collect a charged battery anytime, it helps break that barrier to entry for getting out of a car.
By integrating these new business models with public planning, Valencia is securing its place in the 21st century economy, proving that a dense, functional city isn't just a choice, it's a competitive necessity.
Ultimately, private car ownership is going to become obsolete. Cities are building for pedestrians, they're building for cycling, they're building for livability, not for cars.
Throughout this documentary, we have seen the gears of a massive economic machine. But there is a final myth we must dismantle. The idea that cities like Amsterdam or Valencia look like this because their citizens are simply different. History tells a different story. In the 1970s, Amsterdam was on the verge of becoming another car-centric, congested metropolis. The transition we see today wasn't a natural evolution of culture. It was a hostile takeover of urban space by policy and planning. When a city reaches a certain density, freedom of choice in transport becomes a mathematical impossibility. If everyone chooses a car, no one moves. In this high-stakes environment, planning is not an option. It is the only way to survive. What is the ultimate harvest of this planning? It is the 3% GDP boost we mentioned at the start, but it's also found in the margins. The fiscal savings. By avoiding the need for multi-billion euro highway expansions and massive healthcare costs related to sedentary lifestyles. The resilience factor. by creating a circular metropolis that can process its own waste at the Kruquius depot and turn it back into capital. The talent magnet. In the global war for talent, highly skilled workers choose cities based on livability. Amsterdam's bicycle infrastructure is its most effective recruitment tool. We started this journey looking at a simple machine, 2 wheels and a frame. But as we've seen, the bicycle in Amsterdam is much more than a transport mode. It is a financial instrument. It is a spatial optimizer. It is the invisible engine that allows a medieval city to function as a 21st century economic powerhouse. The 85 million euros spent on underwater tunnels, the complex logistics of the Kruquius depot, or the new Mediterranean bike lanes are not costs. They are investments in resilience. In a world of rising energy prices and shrinking urban space, the Amsterdam model offers a glimpse into the future. It proves that the most sophisticated technology isn't always a new gadget sometimes. It's the perfect integration of an old idea into a new circular world.
Imagine for a moment, what if your Bitcoin holdings could purchase more than just everyday items like coffee or the latest gadgets? What if that digital currency sitting in your wallet could actually buy you a house, or perhaps even an entire commercial building?
El real estate que estamos hablando de uno de los activos más antiguos que está relacionado con el ser humano y el Bitcoin, que es uno de los activos más modernos, podemos decir.
Welcome to the fascinating and rapidly evolving world of crypto real estate, where digital assets are being transformed into tangible property. Today, we're taking a deep dive into the revolutionary intersection of cryptocurrency and property ownership, examining in detail how Bitcoin is successfully transforming what were once purely digital coins into tangible physical real estate investments. Whether you're an experienced crypto investor looking to diversify your portfolio, or simply someone who's curious about emerging trends in property markets, this is an in-depth look at how the landscape and future of real estate transactions is fundamentally evolving and changing before our eyes. The financial world is in constant transformation, but in this decade, digitalization has accelerated that change faster than anyone imagined. Today, money, investments, and assets flow through codes silent, transparent, and borderless. Cryptocurrencies, led by Bitcoin, marked the beginning of a new era. They shook the foundations of the global financial system, sparking both excitement and skepticism. Yet behind that phenomenon emerged something even deeper: tokenization.
La tokenización tiene que ver con la fraccionalización y, por tanto, generar contratos a nivel digital que dependerá del tipo de contrato, los derechos que obtenemos sobre estos bienes que están tokenizados. En el caso de la tokenización de los real world assets, estamos hablando que en los últimos 3 años ha habido un incremento del 380%, lo cual nos habla del nivel de desarrollo, la velocidad de desarrollo de este tipo de contenidos y de productos, y que por tanto es algo que en estos momentos, mientras estamos hablando, la regulación sigue realizando propuestas y modificaciones y el mercado se expande porque está en crecimiento.
Tokenization brings, so it's the most suitable, most modern ledger technology, ideal for modernizing capital markets.
The idea is simple, the impact enormous. Each token represents a fraction of an asset, a share, a bond, a property, or even a work of art, all recorded on a blockchain, a global tamper-proof ledger.
La tokenización funciona a través de blockchain, y blockchain lo que intenta garantizar es que sean seguras estas operaciones, que sean rápidas, inmediatas, casi a nivel 24/7, y que de esta manera también se pueda automatizar el proceso a través de smart contracts, ¿no? Estos contratos inteligentes lo que permiten es agilizar y dinamizar estos procesos que tradicionalmente son mucho más costosos y ligados a burocracia e intermediación.
We believe the next step going forward will be the tokenization of financial assets. And that means every stock, every bond will have its own, basically, CUSIP. It'll be on one general ledger.
In other words, a token isn't just an asset. It's a digital entry in a new kind of ledger that is rewriting how capital markets keep their books. Investment in tokenized real estate represents one of the most recent advancements in the property industry. Tokenization enables houses and apartments to be divided and sold, and numerous smaller units.
Cuando estamos hablando de la tokenización como medio para que el inversor medio pueda acceder a activos de alto valor, tenemos que entender que la tokenización consiste en la fraccionalización de activos, fundamentalmente. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer es, cogemos estos activos de alto valor, estamos hablando en este caso, y los vamos a fraccionar en diferentes partes. Esto podríamos asociarlo sin ser exactamente lo mismo, con lo que se ha hecho históricamente con otro tipo de derechos, tanto políticos como económicos, y estoy hablando, por ejemplo, de las acciones de las empresas. Entonces, la tokenización tenemos que entenderla como esa fraccionalización dentro del mundo digital.
Small programs act like a bridge between a property and online trading platform. Hence, tokens create a digital representation of a property, facilitating its digital transfer. The process of purchasing a property is still associated with significant bureaucracy, lengthy procedures, and subsequent high costs. So, what exactly is crypto real estate? At its core, the term refers to any real estate transaction where cryptocurrency plays a major role, either as a direct form of payment, a converted asset, or collateral for purchasing property.
Cuando estamos hablando de la utilización de las criptomonedas en el real estate, podemos utilizarlas para pagar directamente. O sea, tenemos bitcoins y lo que hacemos es utilizamos esos bitcoins siempre y cuando nos los acepte la contraparte para pagar total o parte de la operación. Podemos también utilizar las criptomonedas como un respaldo de la propia operación, por ejemplo con los Crypto Reference Loans, en los cuales lo que hacemos es asumimos una deuda y nosotros estamos utilizando como valor que queda en custodia, como aval, estas criptomonedas. De esa manera no se tienen que vender, pero sí que nos sirven como respaldo para poder acceder a esa liquidez a través de la cual podríamos hacer la inversión.
But the concept goes even deeper than that. Crypto real estate includes buying a home directly with Bitcoin or other cryptocurrencies, using stablecoins like USDT or USDC for a more stable purchase, converting crypto into fiat at closing, taking out loans backed by cryptocurrency to purchase real property, tokenized real estate where ownership is fractionalized into digital token, blockchain-based property records, and smart contract-driven transactions.
Cuando hablamos de los diferentes activos con los cuales podemos hacer las operaciones de compraventa o que podemos utilizar en las operaciones de compraventa, podemos también hacer uso de las stablecoins, que están relacionadas, son familia cercana de las criptomonedas, pero que no son exactamente lo mismo. Y luego podemos hablar también de la conversión de criptomonedas a fiat. Cuando hablamos de las stablecoins, tenemos, por ejemplo, que prestar atención a la regulación que se está haciendo en Europa con la regulación MiCA, que las divide entre EMT y ART. En el caso de las EMT podemos hablar de, por ejemplo, las emitidas por Tether, la USDT y luego por otra parte podríamos hablar de las de Circle, que son las USDC y las EURC. En el caso de las de Circle sí que están aceptadas por la regulación actual, con la regulación MiCA, y en el caso de la USDT no aún. Entonces, siendo que es una de las principales stablecoin a nivel mundial. Y cuando hablamos de las criptomonedas que convertimos a cierre a fiat, lo que estamos hablando es que cogemos una criptomoneda y la convertimos a un valor, en este caso, como el euro o el dólar, para poder realizar la operación y ponernos de acuerdo en el valor que le estamos asignando a esos activos que de otra manera podrían ser más volátiles y podrían cambiar de valor. Por tanto, fiat, en este caso, serían las monedas euro o dólar, por ejemplo. Cuando hablamos de stablecoins, estamos hablando de un volumen de 300.000 millones de dólares en 2025.
It's an evolution in how value moves around the world. And for the first time, digital wealth is becoming a direct pathway to physical ownership. To understand how we arrived at this moment, we need to step back and look at the timeline. Bitcoin launched in 2009 as a peer-to-peer digital alternative to money. In its early years, the idea of using Bitcoin to buy real estate was laughable. But Bitcoin grew, first crossing $1, then 100, then 1,000, then tens of thousands. A new wave of wealth was created. Suddenly, early adopters who once bought pizza with Bitcoin now had enough digital value to buy entire homes. And sellers began paying attention. The first public record of a property purchased fully in Bitcoin dates back to 2017. From there, the trend spread to luxury markets: Miami, Los Angeles, New York, Dubai, and London. Developers began marketing properties specifically to crypto buyers. Brokers started specializing in crypto transactions. Escrow companies adapted. Even governments began studying blockchain-based property registries. Buying real estate with Bitcoin isn't science fiction. Some sellers now accept crypto directly, while others work through brokers who convert Bitcoin into local currency. The process is faster, borderless, and sometimes even tax efficient, if you know the rules. Things that sounded impossible in 2010 became normal by 2020. And now, in the 2020s, cryptocurrency is becoming a serious player in global real estate. The crypto boom has created a new class of investors. High net worth individuals want to diversify, and real estate is a safe, tangible asset. From luxury homes in Miami to condos in Dubai, Bitcoin buyers are making their mark. Let's look at a few real-world examples to understand how crypto real estate works in practice. Case Study 1. In 2021, a luxury penthouse at Arte by Antonio Soterio in Surfside, Florida, made history. The property sold for $22.5 million, paid entirely in cryptocurrency. The largest publicly known real estate transaction completed using digital assets at the time. A developer's decision to accept cryptocurrency had paid off. The sale came just weeks after the developer announced it would begin accepting cryptocurrency payments through a partnership with blockchain platform SolidBlock. According to Forbes, the deal demonstrated that crypto was no longer just a speculative asset. It had become a viable method for purchasing high-end real estate. Case Study 2. In Dubai, one of the earliest large-scale experiments with crypto real estate unfolded at Aston Plaza and Residences, located in Dubai Science Park. Marketed as one of the first major developments in the region to accept Bitcoin, the project offered apartments priced directly in cryptocurrency. buyers were able to commit funds using Bitcoin, capturing global attention. But the story also revealed the risks of innovation. Originally advertised as a $325 million development, the project later stalled, and its completion became uncertain. While crypto payments were accepted, it remains unclear whether all buyers ultimately received finished properties. The case highlighted both the promise and the pitfalls of early crypto adoption in real estate. Case Study 3. In 2025, Spain recorded one of its first officially reported property sales completed with Bitcoin. A property in Madrid, valued at approximately 1.5 million euros, was purchased by an international buyer using Bitcoin. The transaction followed standard real estate procedures, including escrow, legal compliance, and the conversion of crypto into euros for the seller. It marked a significant milestone, showing that cryptocurrency could integrate into traditional real estate systems, even in highly regulated European markets. Case Study 4. In the United States, crypto adoption hasn't been limited to coastal tech hubs. An agent with Sotheby's International Realty in Delaware reported selling a luxury property for $175 million paid in Bitcoin, believed to be one of the state's first major real estate transactions involving cryptocurrency. The sale was widely publicized as a local milestone, signaling that crypto real estate was beginning to reach beyond niche markets and into everyday property transactions.
Considero que Estados Unidos, con el Genius Act, están intentando mantener una posición preeminente en los mercados a nivel internacional y, por tanto, están apostando fuerte por las diferentes stablecoins y por dotar a lo que es el sistema financiero estadounidense, que sabemos que tiene una repercusión a nivel mundial, de las herramientas para que pueda evolucionar de una manera ágil y dinámica. Por un lado tenemos agilidad y dinamismo, por otro podemos encontrar que el hecho de que todo esté pasando en tiempo real limita muchas veces la protección del consumidor o lo que podrían ser las reglas más conservadoras para intentar mitigar, ¿no?, o disminuir los riesgos al máximo. Por tanto, en Estados Unidos vemos una mayor apertura, en la Unión Europea vemos unas posiciones más conservadoras y luego tenemos en otras partes de EMEA, ¿no?, podemos ver cómo sí que están bastante abiertos a realizar operaciones de este tipo. Unas se llevan a cabo, otras no se llevan a cabo, pero sin duda dentro todo de un marco de una voluntad para avanzar, para estudiar y para poner en práctica los beneficios que puede acarrear este tipo de tecnología y también de igual manera ir conociendo las limitaciones que pueden llegar a tener.
Taken together, these cases tell a larger story, one of experimentation, success, setbacks, and growing legitimacy. Crypto real estate is no longer hypothetical. It's happening, transaction by transaction, across the globe. But it's not all smooth sailing. Crypto's value can be volatile, regulations vary by country, and tax implications can be tricky. First, volatility. Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies can move dramatically, sometimes losing or gaining a third of their value in weeks. For buyers who convert at closing, rapid swings can erase gains or spike costs in hours. Second, transaction mechanics and title. Even when a seller accepts crypto, most governments and land registries require deeds to be issued in the local currency. That usually means an intermediary converts crypto to fiat before the legal title is registered, adding counterparty risk and an extra step that can delay and complicate settlements. Third, taxes. In many jurisdictions, authorities treat crypto as property, not currency, which makes nearly every transfer a taxable event. That includes sales, exchanges, and sometimes even payments for goods or services. Buyers and sellers must track cost basis, gains, and report the transactions accurately or face audits and penalties. Fourth, lending and counterparty risk. Crypto-backed lending exploded in the previous market cycle, but it ended with high-profile collapses and bankruptcies. When platforms fail, borrowers and depositors can lose access to funds, collateral can be liquidated at a loss, and promised liquidity disappears, a danger for anyone relying on third-party services to bridge crypto and property purchases. Fifth, compliance and anti-money laundering rules. Regulators and global bodies have tightened rules around virtual assets to prevent illicit flows. Real estate transactions are high on that list, meaning additional KYC, source of fund checks, and reporting requirements. Failure to meet these standards can stall a sale, trigger investigations, or expose participants to legal liability. Sixth, operational and technical risk. Crypto transactions are irreversible. A single wrong character in a wallet address or a phishing attack on an email with wiring instructions can send millions to the wrong place, and there's no bank to reverse the transfer. Seventh, technology risk. Smart contracts, tokenization, and new platforms bring innovation, but also software bugs and design flaws. A poorly written smart contract or an unaudited tokenization platform can freeze assets, misallocate ownership shares, or enable exploits. Finally, market and reputational risk. Developers and brokers who accept crypto can attract new buyers, but they also take on greater scrutiny, regulatory compliance burdens, and the risk that projects promoted with crypto funding may underdeliver, stall, or become entangled in legal disputes. In short, crypto can speed and globalize property deals, but it also layers on volatility, regulatory complexity, and new failure modes. For buyers, sellers, and advisors, the lesson is clear. Proceed with rigorous legal counsel, hardened custody practices, and transparent compliance. The opportunity is real, but so are the pitfalls.
De nuevo, tenemos que tener en cuenta que el hecho de eliminar intermediación hace que sean más ágiles los procedimientos, pero igualmente la intermediación muchas veces aporta garantías que ahora tendremos que asegurarnos se protejan con la tokenización.
Still, the opportunities are huge. A new generation of buyers is turning digital value into physical assets. For many, Bitcoin isn't just a currency. It's a gateway to ownership. One of the biggest shifts is tokenization. Instead of buying an entire building, investors can now purchase fractional ownership through blockchain-based tokens. This lowers the barrier to entry, allowing smaller investors to access real estate markets that were once reserved for institutions and the ultra-wealthy.
Potencialmente, lo que se pretende con la tokenización es democratizar el acceso, porque de una forma inicial, un activo de alto valor sería difícil con un poder adquisitivo más bajo, mientras que cuando fraccionalizamos esto o lo hacemos en diferentes piezas o partes este activo, va a permitir que el precio del mismo pues sea más bajo, porque al final estamos vendiendo partes, y por tanto sería más asequible, sí que se lo podría plantear una persona con un patrimonio menor, ¿no? O con una capacidad inversora más limitada.
Tokenization also brings liquidity to an industry that has traditionally been slow and illiquid. Real estate transactions can take months. Tokenized shares can potentially be transferred in minutes. Crypto is also reshaping cross-border real estate. International buyers often face currency controls, wire delays, and banking restrictions. Cryptocurrency allows capital to move globally with fewer friction points, opening markets to buyers who were previously locked out. As a result, cities that embrace crypto-friendly regulations are attracting global capital faster. Developers are responding by marketing properties directly to crypto holders, not as a novelty, but as a strategy. Governments are also exploring blockchain for land registries and property records. Immutable ledgers can reduce disputes, prevent title fraud, and provide permanent, verifiable ownership history, especially in regions where property rights are difficult to enforce. This isn't a complete replacement of traditional real estate. It's a transformation. Crypto doesn't eliminate the fundamentals. Location, demand, and due diligence still matter. But it changes how value moves, how quickly deals happen, and who gets access. So what does all of this mean for you as an investor or future homebuyer? It means new opportunities are emerging. Opportunities to leverage your crypto holdings. Opportunities to participate in international markets more easily. Opportunities to acquire property faster and more efficiently.
La tokenización de los activos inmobiliarios aporta liquidez porque cuando hablamos de un real estate, cuando hablamos de un edificio, cuando hablamos de una casa, si queremos desprendernos de ella, somos conscientes que no es algo inmediato, Se requiere de procesos largos, burocráticos y que en muchos casos pueden llegar a ser complejos. En el caso de la tokenización, hablamos de un tipo de tecnología sofisticada, por tanto, tendremos que ver exactamente las consecuencias y el nivel de conocimientos exigidos para poder proceder de la mejor manera, pero es verdad que potencialmente sí que obtenemos una liquidez mayor que con el real estate únicamente. Me recuerda, o podríamos asociarlo a otro tipo de activos que ya existen, como pueden ser las SOCIMIs o REITs, y que por tanto nos permiten tener participaciones o tener en este caso derechos en propiedades o en contratos de propiedades, porque la intención de la tokenización es una intención que viene arrastrándose desde antiguo, que es la de obtener rentabilidades a partir del real estate, y por tanto lo que tenemos que hacer es siempre entender las reglas del juego y poder hacerlo de la mejor manera posible.
But like any emerging space, education is key. Working with crypto-friendly agents, attorneys, and escrow companies is essential. Understanding your local regulations is crucial, and ensuring the security of your crypto wallet is absolutely non-negotiable.
La educación financiera tiene que ver con este proceso continuo de formación. Estamos hablando de unos activos, sistemas, procedimientos sofisticados, por tanto hay que estar constantemente educándonos. Esto generará una cultura financiera que tiene que ver con las capacidades y las habilidades de las personas para hacer frente a la toma de decisiones. Y en el caso europeo podemos hablar de ESMA y podemos hablar del cumplimiento de horas de formación y también de la experiencia que deben de tener los profesionales que asesoran o que nos acompañan en cualquier momento cuando estamos tomando decisiones, cuando estamos realizando operaciones. La importancia de la educación financiera, o en este caso la importancia de un conocimiento avanzado sobre cualquier tipo de activo financiero y de cualquier procedimiento que esté asociado al mismo, es fundamental, porque aún teniéndola, existen siempre riesgos que no vamos a poder absolutamente eliminar de la ecuación. Por tanto, como mínimo, intentemos reducir al máximo los riesgos que dependen de nosotros y debemos intentar también reducir los riesgos al máximo de las personas y de las entidades, es decir, de personas físicas o jurídicas con las que vamos a relacionarnos cuando estamos realizando este procedimiento para que sea exitoso. Al final, lo que buscamos es acceder a unos procedimientos que nos garanticen que los intereses que tenemos se pueden conseguir de manera exitosa.
The cryptocurrency market has entered the opening days of 2026 with renewed momentum. After a volatile end to 2025, prices across major digital assets have moved sharply higher, drawing attention from both retail traders and institutional investors. In early January, the total cryptocurrency market capitalization climbed to around $3.2 trillion, according to aggregated data from major market trackers. This represents a meaningful rebound from late 2025 levels, with the market adding hundreds of billions of dollars in value over a relatively short period. While exact figures vary, the direction is clear. Capital has returned to the crypto market at the start of the year. At the center of this move is Bitcoin, which rallied toward the $93,000 level in the first week of January. As the largest and most influential digital asset, Bitcoin continues to act as the market's primary anchor, and its strength has helped lift sentiment across the broader ecosystem. Historically, strong Bitcoin performance has often preceded periods of increased activity in alternative cryptocurrencies, and early 2026 appears to be following a similar pattern. Another key factor has been renewed institutional participation, particularly through spot Bitcoin and Ethereum exchange-traded funds. Reports from early January indicate notable ETF inflows, suggesting that traditional investors are once again increasing exposure to digital assets. The current momentum appears to be driven by a combination of factors, including Bitcoin's price recovery, increased ETF inflows, improved global risk sentiment, expectations of more supportive regulatory and macroeconomic conditions. As 2026 begins, the cryptocurrency market finds itself at a familiar crossroads. Renewed optimism balanced against persistent uncertainty. Whether this early year strength marks the beginning of a sustained trend, or simply another chapter in crypto's cyclical nature, is a question that only time will answer. For now, the message from the market is clear. Crypto is once again commanding attention. If you approach crypto real estate with knowledge and preparation, the rewards can be extraordinary. Bitcoin to bricks isn't just a catchy phrase. It's the future of real estate investment. If you want to stay ahead of the curve, now's the time to learn how crypto can open doors. Literally.
Para explorar, sin duda, yo creo que es un buen momento porque todo lo que tiene que ver con finanzas tiene que ver con intereses de las personas y, por tanto, explorar, adquirir conocimientos, adquirir una expertise, incluso en la medida de lo posible, yo creo que siempre es recomendable. Al final, lo que tenemos que hablar es de transparencia, tenemos que hablar de entender lo que estamos haciendo y tenemos que hablar de precaución y control, pero explorar yo creo que es muy interesante a nivel tecnológico, es muy interesante a nivel también social lo que puede suponer y podemos también plantearnos las posibilidades que podría ofrecer de cara a, como hablamos, de esta democratización de acceso a nuevos tipos de inversiones.
From digital coins to physical assets, from online wallets to real-world property lines, cryptocurrency is reshaping how we buy, sell, and think about real estate. We are witnessing the merging of two worlds, the oldest asset on Earth and one of the newest technological inventions of our time. And as the future unfolds, only one question remains. Will Bitcoin buy your next home?
September 2008. The global financial system is on the verge of a total blackout. Lehman Brothers has vanished. Merrill Lynch is gone. AIG is hemorrhaging billions every hour. In Washington, the halls of the Treasury are filled with the smartest minds in the country. But they have a problem. They are staring at a black box of toxic debt worth trillions and no tools to open it. There is only one person who has the map. One person who spent the last 20 years building a digital, unblinking eye that can see through the wreckage. The government didn't call the big banks to save the world. They needed someone to handle the toxic waste. And there was only one man that could lead through that darkness. They called Larry Fink. Larry Fink, the man behind BlackRock. Today, he manages more money than the GDP of almost every nation on Earth. $14 trillion. But before he was the shadow sovereign of Wall Street, he was a man who lost everything. Who is Larry Fink? Lawrence D. Fink, also known as Larry Fink, is one of the co-founders of BlackRock. He is also the chairman and CEO of the company, the largest money management firm in the world. It's the first time in history a company manages to reach such a milestone and gives a clear picture of how BlackRock operates. Not just a traditional investment bank, but as a central pillar of the global financial infrastructure, where its sheer scale allows it to influence economies and industries at a level previously reserved only for nation-states. Founded in 1988 as an investment firm that prioritized risk management, with $11.5 to $14 trillion under management, BlackRock's influence is staggering. BlackRock is a top 3 shareholder in nearly every company in the S&P 500, from Apple to Exxon, from Microsoft to Nestle. They don't just invest in the market, they are the market. But its reach is personal. It holds the retirement dreams of over 35 million Americans. This is the story of how a kid from a California shoe store became the custodian of the world's wealth. But who is Larry Fink? Lawrence Douglas Fink entered the world on November 2, 1952. Born in Los Angeles, California, he was raised in a Jewish family in the heart of San Fernando Valley, the quintessential American suburb of Van Nuys. His home was a balance of academic discipline and retail grit. His mother, Leela, was an English professor who valued the power of language and education. And long before he pulled the strings of the global economy, Larry Fink was learning the value of money on a much smaller scale. His father's shoe store in Van Nuys, where he spent evenings helping and learning the business. As one of 3 children, Larry grew up in a household where hard work wasn't just encouraged, it was the baseline. While he often joked he wasn't the smartest in the room, it was this specific combination of his mother's intellectual curiosity and his father's Main Street business sense that would eventually form the DNA of a global financial giant. While the future titans of Wall Street were rubbing elbows in the marble halls of Harvard or Yale, Fink was a Bruin. In 1970, Larry arrived at UCLA. For a young man from Van Nuys, this wasn't just a local university, it was a world of ideas. But it was in his final years that the trajectory of his life shifted. He immersed himself in political science, learning how power moves through nations. But he soon realized that in the modern world, power follows the money. This led him to the Anderson School of Management, specializing in real estate. It was here that he began to see the world through the lens of assets and yields. This public education gave him a different edge. While his peers at private East Coast schools were being groomed for traditional corporate roles, Larry was developing the outsider's eye, a perspective that allowed him to see opportunities in the messy, unpolished corners of the bond market. He graduated in 1976, not with a silver spoon, but with a California-bred ambition to take on the giants of Manhattan. He was a Bruin headed for Wall Street, and the financial world had no idea what was coming. The year is 1976. New York City is a grit-covered battlefield, and Larry Fink has just been handed the keys to the kingdom. Goldman Sachs, the most prestigious name in finance back then, has practically hired him. He had passed the technical tests. He had charmed the partners. All that remained was a rubber stamp interview with human resources. But Larry wasn't just confident, he was impatient. When the recruiter asked for his thoughts on the firm, Larry didn't give a thank you, he gave a consultation. He pointed out the flaws in their system. At Goldman, they wanted a soldier. Larry was already acting like a general. In that room, the rigid Goldman way clashed with the unfiltered Fink way. Before he could even hail a cab back to his hotel, the offer was dead. The most coveted job in Wall Street history had vanished, all because Larry Fink couldn't stop himself from trying to fix a system he hadn't even joined yet. It was a crushing blow. But in the shadow of that rejection, a door opened at a scrappy second-tier firm called First Boston. It was a place with less prestige, but more white space. At Goldman, he would have been a cog in a perfect machine. At First Boston, he was the architect. He was given a desk, a telephone, and the freedom to build something entirely new: the mortgage-backed security. He didn't know it yet, but that recruiters know was the foundation upon which the $14 trillion empire of BlackRock would be built. It's 1976 when Larry Fink arrives at First Boston. At the time, the firm was the scrappy underdog of investment banking. It wasn't as stiff as Morgan Stanley or as elitist as Goldman. It was the perfect laboratory for a man who didn't fit the mold. Larry was assigned to the bond department. Back then, bonds were considered the boring corner of finance. It was where you went to retire. Stocks were sexy. Bonds were for grandmothers. But Larry saw something everyone else missed. He looked at the American dream, the suburban house, the white picket fence, the 30-year mortgage, and he saw a math problem. He realized that if you took thousands of individual home mortgages, bundled them together like a deck of cards, and sold slices of that deck to investors, you created a money machine. This was the birth of the securitization market. What Larry Fink helped create was more than a financial product. It was a structural shift. Securitization didn't just bundle mortgages. It separated risk from reality. For the first time, financial value could travel faster than the underlying economy that supported it. A house in California became a line in a spreadsheet in New York, which became a yield sold to an investor in Tokyo. Risk no longer lived where decisions were made. It was abstracted, sliced, repackaged, and distributed across the system. This was the moment when finance stopped reflecting the real economy and began building a parallel one. A system that could grow without limits, as long as everyone believed the models were right. And for a while, they were. By the early 80s, Larry was the golden boy. He wasn't just hitting targets, he was shattering them. In 1 year, his department was responsible for nearly 1/3 of First Boston's total profits. At age 31, he became the youngest managing director the firm had ever seen. He was earning millions. He was the successor, the prodigy, the man who could do no wrong. He had moved his family to a sprawling estate. He was flying private. He had conquered the grit-covered battlefield of Manhattan. But in the world of high finance, the higher you fly, the thinner the air becomes. Larry was making hundreds of millions for the bank, but there was a ghost in the machine, a variable he hadn't accounted for. The year was 1986. Larry had made a massive bet on interest rates. He believed they would stay stable. He was so sure of his math, so confident in his track record, that he didn't realize the ground was shifting beneath his feet. In just 3 months, the Golden Boys department went from profit to a catastrophic $100 million loss. In the 80s, $100 million wasn't just a loss, it was a national scandal. Overnight, the man who was supposed to run the bank was a pariah. The phones stopped ringing. The friends on the trading floor looked away when he walked by. He had been the smartest man in the room until he wasn't. He would later describe this moment as the most painful experience of my life. But as he sat in the ruins of his reputation, Larry Fink wasn't just mourning his career, he was obsessed with one question: how did I not see the risk? That obsession, the fear of the unknown variable, would become the cornerstone of BlackRock. By 1983, Larry wasn't just selling bonds, he was a pioneer of the CMO, collateralized mortgage obligation. Think of it like a waterfall. Larry took thousands of mortgages and sliced them into tranches. Some investors took the top slice, low risk, low reward. Others took the bottom, high risk, high yield. It was a masterpiece of financial engineering. It made the illiquid liquid. It made First Boston the center of the universe. But there was a flaw, a tiny mathematical ghost in his models. Larry's team had predicted that interest rates would rise, and they hedged their bets accordingly. But in the second quarter of 1986, rates did something the models said was impossible. They plummeted. Because they didn't have a system to track their real-time exposure, Larry was flying blind. He was the pilot of a Boeing 747 trying to land in a storm using nothing but a compass and a prayer. By the time he realized the engines were on fire, the plane had already hit the mountain. $100 million, all gone. He wasn't just fired, he was erased. After the dust settled, Larry found himself in a peculiar kind of exile. He wasn't just unemployed, he was haunted. He realized that the $100 million loss wasn't a failure of talent, it was a failure of vision. What happened in 1986 wasn't a personal miscalculation, it was a systemic blindness. At the time, every major financial institution operated the same way. Positions were fragmented. Exposure was estimated, not measured. Risk was inferred after the fact. Banks knew what they bought yesterday, but not what it was worth right now. The system rewarded speed, volume, and confidence, not understanding. And as long as markets moved slowly, the illusion held. But once volatility entered the market, no one truly knew where the danger was, or how large it had become. Larry didn't just lose money, he realized the entire financial system was flying without instruments. Wall Street was essentially a collection of blind giants. Every major firm, Goldman, Lehman, Merrill Lynch, was standing just 1 inch away from total collapse at any given second. Why? Because they didn't actually know what they owned. This was information blindness. In the 1980s, you knew what you bought yesterday, but you had no idea what it was worth right now. A sudden shift in interest rates or a political coup across the ocean could vaporize $1 billion before the morning coffee was poured. Larry understood a terrifying truth. The entire global financial system was built on a foundation of guesswork. It hit him with the force of an epiphany. If he could build a brain, a machine that could see the risk that humans were too slow to calculate, he wouldn't just be a banker. He would be the only man in the world with a flashlight in a dark room. This realization changed his entire philosophy of investing. He stopped looking for the big score and started looking for the safe passage. He didn't want to beat the market anymore. He wanted to measure it. He would later tell his partners, "We are never going to be blind again." That vow, born from the humiliation of 1986, became the blueprint for a new kind of firm. A firm that didn't rely on the ego of a star trader, but on the cold, unblinking eye of technology. Larry Fink was a man with a vision, but he was also a man with a tainted resume. To the rest of Wall Street, he was the guy who lost $100 million. But to a small circle of insiders at First Boston, he was the only one who truly understood why it happened. He began making calls. He wasn't offering high salaries or flashy offices. He was offering a chance to build a holy grail, a financial firm where technology governed the ego, not the other way round. And he eventually found the right people to help him build that holy grail. Rob Capito, the enforcer, a powerhouse trader who knew the plumbing of the bond market better than anyone else. He provided the muscle Larry needed to execute the vision. Ben Golub, the Oracle, a PhD with a mind like a supercomputer. While other bankers were focused on lunch reservations, Golub was thinking about value at risk and Monte Carlo simulations. Susan Wagner, the mastermind, brilliant, calculating, and capable of seeing structural flaws in a multi-billion-dollar merger before a single paper was signed. Along with Barbara Novick, Ralph Schlosstein, Hugh Frater, and Keith Anderson, they became the original 8. Fink wasn't looking for bankers who would run after the money. He wanted architects, people who were tired of being blind. When he found them, they met in living rooms and coffee shops. They had the blueprints for a system they called Aladdin, an acronym for Asset, Liability, Debt and Derivative Investment Network. It was designed to be the unblinking eye Larry had dreamed of in his exile. But a brain without a body is just a dream. To build Aladdin, they needed hardware. They needed offices. And most importantly, they needed the one thing Larry's reputation had cost him: capital. Aladdin was not designed to beat the market. It was designed to understand it. But its real power emerged when others started using it. Banks, insurance companies, pension funds, sovereign institutions. As Aladdin spread, something subtle happened. Risk stopped being subjective. It became standardized. When Aladdin flagged an asset as dangerous, entire markets adjusted accordingly. Not because Larry Fink said so, but because the system trusted the model. At that point, BlackRock was no longer just managing money. It was helping define how risk itself was understood. And whoever defines risk defines the boundaries of decision-making. Enter Steven Schwarzman. In 1988, Schwarzman was the rising king of private equity. His firm, Blackstone, was aggressive, wealthy, and hungry. The meeting was tense. Schwarzman knew Larry's history. He knew about the 1986 disaster. But Larry didn't hide from it. He used it as his primary selling point. Because Larry had seen the end of the world already, he knew exactly how the lights went out. And because of that, he was the only one who knew how to keep them on. Larry's pitch was revolutionary. He didn't want to start a hedge fund. He wanted to create a fiduciary company, a firm that managed other people's money with the same technological rigor usually reserved for NASA. He asked for a $5 million credit line and a partnership. In exchange, Schwarzman would own 50% of the new venture. He knew he was buying cheap because he was buying on a distressed asset, Fink's damaged reputation. But he did so betting on the idea that the experience had turned Larry Fink into some sort of financial genius. The deal was done. On a Friday in March 1988, the team moved into a single cramped room within Blackstone's offices. They were 5 computers, a few folding chairs, and a mountain of cables on the floor. They were under the Blackstone umbrella, but Larry knew that this was just a temporary shelter. He didn't just want a department, he wanted an empire. He had the money, he had the team, and in the corner of that small room, the first lines of code for Aladdin were being written. The information blindness was over. The era of BlackRock, though it didn't have that name yet, had begun. The first office of Blackstone Financial Management wasn't a glass tower. It was a glorified closet. Because of the heat generated by the early Sun Microsystems workstations, the temperature in the room rarely dropped below 80 degrees, 27 degrees Celsius. While the rest of the Blackstone Group was out at expensive lunches, closing leveraged buyouts, Larry's original 8 were building a digital fortress. They were the weirdos in the basement. It was here that the name Aladdin became a living thing. Every day, Ben Golub and his team fed it data, interest rates, housing prices, historical crashes. They were teaching the machine to be afraid of everything Larry hadn't seen in 1986. By 1992, the department inside Blackstone was no longer a startup. It was a powerhouse. Larry's team was managing $17 billion. They weren't just a side project anymore. They were a significant engine of Blackstone's growth. But with success came a toxic byproduct: identity confusion. Clients were getting confused. They would call Blackstone looking for Larry's bond expertise or call Larry looking for Schwartzman's buyouts. But the friction went deeper than a name. It was a war of philosophies. Schwartzman was a deal maker. He wanted to own companies. Fink was a fiduciary. He wanted to manage risk for others. The tension was similar to having two predators in a cage too small to fit both. The breaking point came over equity. Larry wanted to use stock to attract and keep the original 8 and new talent. Schwartzman, holding 50% of the firm, didn't want to dilute his stake. The partnership that saved Larry's career was now suffocating his vision. In 1994, they reached a deal. Schwartzman agreed to sell Blackstone's stake for $240 million. At the time, it seemed like a win for Schwartzman, a massive return on his $5 million investment. It wasn't just about money, it was about the spotlight. Schwartzman was the king of Wall Street, but his subtenant, Larry Fink, was the one the New York Times wanted to interview. But for Larry, it was the price of freedom. Schwartzman would later call selling BlackRock the worst mistake of my career. For Larry, the divorce was the moment the training wheels came off. He was no longer under anyone's umbrella. He was the CEO of an independent firm. Now he just had to prove he could survive the coming storm of the late 90s. It is 2008. The financial world was experiencing a heart attack. The financial smoothies, the mortgage-backed securities Larry had helped create 30 years earlier, had turned into a global poison. Banks didn't know what they owned, and more importantly, they didn't know what their neighbors owned. Trust had evaporated. When the US government realized the economy was on the brink of a total blackout, they didn't call Goldman Sachs. They didn't call JP Morgan. While the CEOs of Lehman and Merrill were begging for government checks, Larry Fink was the one the government called to write the checks. He was the only titan left standing with a clean balance sheet. The United States government didn't just seek advice, it delegated responsibility. BlackRock was tasked with valuing assets no one understood, managing risks no one could measure, and stabilizing markets that were collapsing in real time. This wasn't a bailout. It was an outsourcing of core sovereign functions. For the first time, a private firm played a central role in maintaining global financial stability, not through political authority, but through technical capability. From that moment on, power was no longer just about laws and institutions. It was about who had the tools to see the system clearly. BlackRock was hired to manage the toxic waste of the crisis. They became the official cleaner for the US government, managing $130 billion of troubled assets. Suddenly, Larry Fink was the most powerful man in the room, acting as an advisor to the president and the treasury. But while he was saving the system, he saw a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to dominate it. In the middle of the carnage, Barclays Bank in the UK was desperate for cash. They needed to sell their crown jewel, a division called Barclays Global Investors, which included a revolutionary product called iShares. iShares represented passive investing, ETFs that track the whole market rather than trying to beat it. It was the ultimate expression of Larry's philosophy: stop betting on stars and start owning the system. It was a massive $13.5 billion gamble. If the markets continued to fall, the deal could sink BlackRock. But Larry knew something the others didn't. He had looked into the eye of Aladdin, and Aladdin told him that the bottom was near. With the acquisition of iShares in 2009, BlackRock doubled its size overnight. They weren't just a bond shop anymore. They were now the largest money manager on the planet. They had gone into the crisis as a respected firm. They came out of it as the shadow government of finance. By 2012, Larry Fink had built the machine. He had the assets, the data, and the influence. But he realized that being king of Wall Street wasn't enough. He wanted to change the way the world did business. Every January, a ritual began that would send tremors through boardrooms from Detroit to Frankfurt. Larry started writing letters. They weren't just annual reports. They were the BlackRock manifestos. In 2018, he dropped a bomb. He told the world's CEOs that if they wanted BlackRock's money, they had to prove they served a social purpose. He wasn't just asking for profits, he was asking for a soul. He was mainstreaming ESG, environmental, social, and governance. And he was doing it with a $10 trillion hammer. But Larry's new gospel didn't sit well with everyone. By 2021, the Golden Boy was finding himself in the middle of a two-front war. The ESG debate was never cultural. It was economic. At its core, ESG was about risk management anticipating regulation, climate disruption, and social instability. For BlackRock, ignoring those factors wasn't neutral, it was dangerous. But when capital begins to price the future, it also begins to shape it. That's why the backlash was so intense. To the left, Larry was a hypocrite. They called him a greenwasher because BlackRock still held billions in oil and gas stocks. To the right, he was a globalist villain who was using other people's money to push a radical environmental agenda. The backlash turned into a full-scale political assault. State treasurers in Florida, Texas, and Mississippi began pulling billions out of BlackRock. They accused Larry of boycotting energy and violating his duty to investors. For the first time, the man who had mastered risk found himself in a risk he couldn't calculate: the culture war. He told a crowd in Aspen that he was ashamed to be a part of the debate. He even stopped using the term ESG altogether, calling it weaponized. He had tried to become the conscience of capitalism. Instead, it became its most controversial target. But even as the politicians shouted and the protesters marched, the assets kept growing. Because in the end, whether you loved him or hated him, you couldn't escape the machine he built. January 2026, the number flashes on a terminal in BlackRock's Hudson Yards headquarters: $14 trillion. It is a number so vast it defies human comprehension. If Larry Fink's assets under management were a country's GDP, it would be the third largest economy on Earth, surpassed only by the United States and China. But as Larry looks out from his office, he isn't looking at stock tickers. He is looking at the very bones of civilization. In 2024, Larry made his final, most aggressive pivot. He realized that the next decade won't be one with bits on a screen, but with atoms in the ground. With the $12.5 billion acquisition of Global Infrastructure Partners, Larry signaled the end of the old Wall Street era. Larry saw the AI revolution coming, But he didn't buy the chip makers. He bought the power plants that feed the chips. But every empire faces the same inevitable question: succession. For years, Wall Street has whispered about who could possibly replace the man who is BlackRock. Names like Rob Capito, Mark Weirman, and Jennifer Johnson swirl in the press. But the truth is more complex. Larry hasn't just built a company, he's built an organism. A system where Aladdin, now a very sophisticated AI entity, handles the risk while a legion of 20,000 employees executes the vision. Aladdin is no longer just a calculator. It is a predictive engine that runs millions of simulations every second, anticipating everything from a war in the Middle East to a crop failure in Brazil. Some call him the king of the world. Others call him the shadow architect. But if you ask Larry, he'll tell you he's still that kid from the Van Nuys shoe store, just trying to make sure that the maths add up. He took the greatest humiliation of his life and turned it into a shield for the global economy. He taught the world that profit without a plan is just a gamble, and that in the dark, the man with the flashlight is king. There is one financial question the system cannot answer. What happens when everyone measures risk the same way? When models converge, when assumptions align, when diversity of judgment disappears? A system optimized for stability can become fragile, not because it is wrong, but because it leaves no room for the unexpected. When the supervisor becomes invisible and the rules are embedded in code, accountability becomes harder to locate. The system works until it doesn't. And that's why BlackRock isn't just a shareholder in your company. They are the landlord of your power plant, the owner of your airport, the architect of your retirement. It is a level of centralized influence the world has never seen in a private individual. Lawrence D. Fink didn't just build a bank, he built the unblinking eye of capitalism. And as the world moves into the era of AI, climate shift, and global restructuring, one thing is certain: BlackRock will be there, watching, calculating, and growing.
It's just a small plastic brick. Lightweight, simple, unchanged since 1958. And yet, it has built entire universes.
Lego constructions truly take us back to childhood, but they stay with us throughout our entire lives.
From bedrooms to boardrooms, from playgrounds to Hollywood, Lego has shaped generations.
When I design something from scratch, I start with an idea that occurs to me at any time of day. I try to build it with Lego and see what I come up with.
In a global toy market worth more than $120 billion, Lego stands alone. a single company controlling nearly 1 in every $10 spent on toys worldwide.
LEGO holds a leading position worldwide, recognized above all for its playability.
What if the most beloved toy in the world almost didn't exist? Discover the incredible journey of a small, struggling carpentry shop that dared to dream bigger than anyone thought possible. This is the untold story of the visionary who built LEGO, transforming simple wooden bricks into a multi-billion-dollar empire and forever changing how we play. But none of this began with billion-dollar charts or cinematic universes. It began with a carpenter with a vision. In a tiny Danish village, one man had a dream, building toys out of scraps of wood. Ole Kirk Christensen was born in 1891 in Western Denmark, a place defined by silence, soil, and hard work. He grew up poor, like most children in the Jutland countryside, but he learned the value of craftsmanship early. When you made something, it had to last. He apprenticed as a carpenter. It was not a really glamorous work, but meticulous, honest, a craft that matched Ole's character and manners. Ole traveled through Denmark, Germany, and Norway. Everywhere he went, he left a reputation: precise, patient, relentless. In 1916, Ole returned home and bought a workshop in a place that barely existed on the map: Billund. No shops, no train station, just a handful of families trying to survive the Danish winds.
Don't worry, I'm fine.
But 8 years later, disaster struck.
Oh no.
In 1924, a fire tore through his workshop.
Oh God, no, please, no. Oh my God.
Everything burned. Tools, wood, orders, and a lifetime of savings. All gone. But Ole didn't quit. He rebuilt. And rebuilt bigger than before. Not because it was safe, but because he refused to let Billund disappear into the wind. Then came the Great Depression. Houses weren't being built. Doors weren't being ordered. Bills weren't being paid. Ole had workers depending on him, families depending on him. So he did something unexpected. He began crafting small wooden toys. They were simple, durable, and beautiful. Locals mocked him. A grown man making toys for children. You'll never survive. But Ole believed that play and fun was a serious business. In 1934, he held a contest to name the new toy company. He chose a short word: LEGO. It was not only a simple idea, but a philosophy and a promise. He hung a sign in the workshop: only the best is good enough. It wasn't marketing. It was his identity.
Oh God, not again.
In 1942, Ole faced another fire. This time it was bigger, more devastating. Every blueprint, every toy, every dream he had turned into smoke. But he had built himself for hardship. And once more, he rebuilt the factory, stronger than the 2 previous ones. In 1947, at the worst economic moment, Ole made the riskiest choice of his life. He spent more than twice the company's annual profits on a strange new machine, one that worked not with wood, but with plastic. Retailers hated plastic. Parents distrusted it. But Ole saw something they didn't: precision, repeatability, and possibilities. Endless possibilities. Only 2 years later, in 1949, LEGO released the first plastic bricks of its history. They didn't click. They weren't perfect. But they were the beginning. The idea was good, but Ole and his team faced setbacks while designing the bricks that had cemented Lego's identity through the years. The plastic bricks didn't grip. This was a major problem for a building set because buildings collapsed. Towers fell in front of their eyes. Apparently, Lego wasn't created to build. And then, in 1958, everything changed.
Unlike 20 years ago, Lego today allows us to build many more things because they have released more realistic colors and shapes. In the past, the pieces were mostly square. Today, there's a much wider variety of shapes, including more rounded elements, which allow us to create more ergonomic forms, ones that more closely resemble the kinds of buildings and structures we see in everyday life.
Engineers at Lego perfected a simple but ingenious solution: hollow tubes inside the brick. Paired with the studs on top, the geometry created what Lego calls clutch power. Not too tight, not too loose, just perfect. This was not just an adjustment or improvement. It was the birth of what we know today as a Lego brick. The brick that, today, can still be used with the modern ones. The brick that was the foundation of a company that still makes history today. That same year, Lego filed the patent. They had something worth protecting, and Ole knew that sooner or later it would be replicated. It was January the 28th, 1958, when the patent was filed. Later that year, Ole Kirk Christiansen passed away. And sadly, he never lived to see how far his brick would travel. After his father died, Gottfred Kirk Christiansen stepped in. He wasn't inheriting the company, he was inheriting a philosophy, one he had been raised with. His father wasn't around anymore, but the original spirit of Lego lived on in the second Christiansen generation. But he also had something to add. Gottfred believed Lego should be more than toys. It should be a system. A system where every piece connected with every other piece, across every set. This created a language of creativity and possibilities, and this single idea changed everything. Suddenly, Lego wasn't a collection of toys, but an entire universe. The company began to grow far beyond its original frontiers. During the 1960s and 70s, Lego expanded across Europe, Germany, Sweden, the UK. Billund, once a small village, became a global hub of play. Lego then built its own airport, factories, and distribution centers.
In the world of construction toys, we know that Lego isn't the only brand around. What Lego provides is a quality product. Maybe one part is wrong for every 10,000 or 100,000 items, and if you are missing an item from a box, or if it is faulty, the company's after-sales service will not question the fact that you are missing a part.
And then, the magic happened. Lego introduced something no toy company had done at scale. Fully themed worlds. Space, town, castles. Children weren't just building structures anymore. They were building stories. In 1978, Lego released its most iconic invention since the brick, the minifigure. It had a simple face, hands shaped like a C, and feet made to stand on studs. A tiny character that let kids project themselves into entire universes. Stories now had heroes, and Lego had a heartbeat. In the late 1970s, Lego was already run by the third Christiansen generation. Ole's grandson, Kjeld, began shaping the company into the global powerhouse we know today. He did so by creating more sophisticated lines, bringing in new universes. Technic brought mechanics, pirates brought adventure, and trains brought motion. By the late 20th century, the global toy market was becoming massive. Tens of billions of dollars a year worth. The United States spent more on toys than any country on Earth. And China produced most of them, nearly 3/4 of the world's total. In this booming landscape, Lego wasn't just another toy, it was the toy. By the late 1990s, Lego was flying high. It had become one of the most admired companies in Europe, a creative powerhouse built on the philosophy of imagination and creation.
We're not focused only on childhood, but on something that has quite literally built us, pun intended, shaping our personalities through Lego from an early age. Those memories became a foundation we've kept building on over time. That's why exhibitions like this bring us straight back to childhood. The audience here is very diverse, but once people walk in, they all become the boy or girl they once were.
But it's not all gold that glitters. Under the surface, something dangerous was creeping in. The toy market was changing fast. Children were spending more and more time with video games and early computer entertainment. Sony's PlayStation, Nintendo and Hasbro's electronic toys were capturing attention. And Lego, determined not to fall behind, expanded too far, too fast. Throughout the 1990s, Lego began introducing thousands of completely new pieces, specialized parts that not only worked in one set. A single year could bring more than 350 new designs, each of them costing tens of thousands of dollars in steel, machining, and precision engineering. In 2002, Lego had more than 12,000 active elements. The system of play, once simple and universal, was becoming chaotic and difficult to follow. Lego also tried becoming a lifestyle brand. New ventures appeared everywhere: clothing lines, theme parks, home goods, cartoon series, even watches and sneakers. But these projects drained resources without reinforcing the core product, the brick. And between 1999 and 2003, Lego's sales collapsed. During these years, the company went from double-digit growth to struggling, and by 2003, the company was losing the equivalent of $1 million a day. In a global toy market, still worth more than $70 billion at the time, Lego, once the king of the toy box, was only a few steps away from bankruptcy. Times were dark, but a spark of genius appeared. In 1999, Lego signed its first ever licensing deal with no other than Lucasfilm. The timing was perfect. Star Wars Episode I was about to hit theaters. Hype was global, and the first Lego Star Wars sets were instant hits. Not just with children, with adults. Collectors lined up to buy the X-Wing, the Snowspeeder, or the first Millennium Falcon. For the first time in Lego's history, adults, including those in their 30s and 40s, were buying sets for themselves.
The adult fan of Lego community is getting bigger. This is because Lego is not the same as it was 20 or 30 years ago. Before, Lego was only seen as a toy to play with when it was cold and you were indoors. Today, Lego is much more than a toy. It's used to create logos, to design dynamic group activities, and it also represents a shift in how we see it. Years ago, if you said you played with Lego or built Lego, you almost had to explain yourself that you were at home, playing with little figures, making up battles. What we do today is different. We come together as a community of adults, and Lego has recognized that. That's why more and more products are now designed specifically for adults, more complex to build, and also more expensive.
This kid-old demographic would later become one of Lego's most profitable segments. More licenses followed: Harry Potter, Spider-Man, Batman, Indiana Jones, and later the newest Marvel Cinematic Universe. Even though Lego learned that storytelling sells, in 2004 losses were mounting and survival was uncertain. And then the company made a radical decision. For the first time in its history, the company appointed a CEO from outside the Christensen family, Jürgen Vig Knudstorp, a 35-year-old former McKinsey consultant. He was calm, precise, analytical, and brutally honest. His diagnosis was simple. Lego had forgotten what made it Lego. Knudstorp cut the number of unique elements by nearly 50%. He sold off the theme parks. He shut down unprofitable production facilities. He centralized supply chains, standardized materials, and brought back discipline to the system. But more important, he put the brick back at the center of the company. This turnaround didn't happen in isolation. The global toy industry was undergoing a seismic change. China was producing nearly 75% of the world's toys, being the largest manufacturing consolidation in toy history. Meanwhile, the United States had become the single largest consumer, responsible for nearly 1/3 of the global toy spending. By 2005, the toy market was worth close to $80 billion US, but it was brutally competitive as well. Seasonality was extreme. Nearly half of the annual toy sales occurred in just 3 months, from October to December. Companies lived or died by Christmas. Mattel was battling declining Barbie sales. Hasbro was betting its future on Transformers and board game reinventions. Electronics were eating market share across every age group. In this scenario, Lego rebuilt and refocused, and then began rising above all of them. Between 2008 and 2015, Lego entered a new era, a renaissance driven by design, storytelling, digital engagement, and adult passion. The company launched the Ultimate Collector Series, producing the largest, most detailed models in toy history. Lego architecture brought landmarks to coffee tables. Modular buildings turned living rooms into miniature cities, and adults were no longer hiding their Lego hobby, but embracing it.
My story with Lego began in the early 90s when I was a small child. I started playing, but then I stopped for a while. This is what most of us want to do when we are teenagers, to do other hobbies and spend less time playing with Lego. After that, when I was in my early 20s, I started collecting Lego. I met people from the Valencian community and founded Valbrek. That eventually led me to a television show where I took part and won. From there, companies began approaching me to develop projects. At first, this hadn't even occurred to me. But I started to see a growing demand, whether it was building a corporate kit, like a transport company's truck, or even a company's logistics headquarters. This market opened up a professional path for me. It supports me financially, but more importantly, it's deeply rewarding. Many of these projects challenge me to build things I would never choose on my own. But once a challenge is set, build this, my mind immediately starts collecting ideas, figuring out how to shape them and bring the project to life in the best possible way.
The adult fans of Lego skyrocketed. Forums, conventions, fan events, engineering clubs, a global movement emerged. By 2014, adults accounted for nearly 1/3 of Lego sales.
To anyone who thinks Lego is only for children, I'd say, come and see the exhibition. See what we're capable of creating with Lego pieces and how imagination develops in both children and adults. Children work within certain limits and see things differently, but adults, with a wider range of colors, shapes, and ways to use the pieces, can explore just how much is possible.
It was a radical shift in the economics of play, and then came the cultural explosion. In 2014, the Lego Movie shattered expectations. earning nearly $500 million at the box office. What started as a toy was now pop culture. By the mid-2010s, Lego was the world's most valuable toy company, even surpassing Mattel, Hasbro, and every other competitor. The brick that started it all was no longer just a product. It was a global icon. The Lego Group stands today as one of the most efficient, profitable, and culturally influential toy companies on Earth. Its factories run with near-perfect precision. Its design teams develop thousands of prototypes each year. Its supply chain delivers billions of bricks that must all fit together flawlessly across decades. In a global toy market worth roughly $120 billion a year, Lego commands nearly 9% of all worldwide toy sales. No other toy brand, not Barbie, not Marvel figures, not Nintendo merchandise, maintains such consistency across continents, genders, and generations. And unlike most toy companies that outsource manufacturing, Lego controls a significant portion of its own production, with major hubs in Denmark, Hungary, Mexico, China, and the Czech Republic. This vertical integration reduces risk, stabilizes quality, and protects one of the most important values in the company's DNA: precision. Every Lego brick must be manufactured with tolerances thinner than a strand of hair. If the clutch is too tight, the model breaks. If it's too loose, towers collapse. Across billions of pieces, perfection is not an ambition. It is an engineering reality for Lego. This level of detail gives the company one of the highest brand trust ratings in the world. Parents know the bricks will last. Adults know the sets will impress. Collectors know the investment will hold value. The modern toy market is a machine of impulse, tradition, celebration, and nostalgia. In 2025, global spending on toys approaches $120 billion, nearly double what it was 2 decades earlier. The United States remains the world's largest consumer, accounting for roughly 1/3 of global sales. A typical American household with children may spend $300 to $400 per child per year on toys. This is more than 5 times the global average. Europe forms the second largest bloc, with strong purchasing power in Germany, the United Kingdom, and France. Asia-Pacific is rapidly growing, especially in China, South Korea, and Japan, driven by rising middle classes and urban lifestyles. But the most important shift of the last decade is not geographic. It is demographic. Adults, once considered irrelevant to the toy industry, are now one of the most powerful forces. This growing segment, commonly called the kidult market, now represents between 25% and 30% of all toy purchases worldwide. Adults buy toys for nostalgia, for stress relief, for display, for identity. Lego is the undisputed champion of this movement.
Unlike other hobbies, Lego gives me a sense of calm. It lets me take ideas from my mind, bring them to life, think them through, and simply enjoy the process. Right now, I'm trying to instill that in my son, to enjoy himself, to learn, to see colors and shapes, and to understand that with imagination, anything is possible.
Its premium sets, Technic hypercars, Star Wars Ultimate Collector Series, iconic landmarks, regularly exceed prices of $300, $500, even $800. They sell out within hours. They hold aftermarket values like fine collectibles. This adult segment has reshaped the entire financial landscape of the company. It provides stability when children's trends shift. It creates recurring revenue from loyal fans. And it strengthens Lego's position as a cross-generational brand, something few toy companies have ever achieved. Seasonality still dictates much of the global toy market. Every year, nearly half of all toy sales occur between October and December. Companies live or die by holiday forecasting, inventory strategy, and shipment timing. But LEGO has become the exception. Adult collectors buy year-round. Digital experiences drive sales outside the holiday season. Licensed launches create anticipation even in slow quarters. LEGO has effectively freed itself, or at least partially, from the seasonal dependency that has defined the toy industry for over a century. The brick is physical, tangible, mechanical. But LEGO's success in the 21st century extends into digital worlds. Star Wars, Batman, Marvel. These games defined an entire generation of family-friendly titles. They sold tens of millions of copies. They introduced humor, storytelling, and simplicity to a medium often dominated by complexity. For many children born after the year 2000, LEGO was not discovered in a toy box, but on a screen. The cinematic leap came in 2014, when the LEGO Movie premiered to global acclaim. It earned nearly $500 million. Most importantly, it reframed LEGO as a cultural idea, not a product. The film taught a global audience that creativity matters, that imperfection is beautiful, that building and rebuilding are not failures, they are the process of play. LEGO Batman expanded the concept. LEGO Ninjago created an entirely new generation of fans. And LEGO Masters on television turned building into a competitive art form. The brand had moved beyond toys, beyond stories, beyond bricks. It had become part of a cultural grammar of the 21st century. Long before STEM became a global movement, LEGO was already teaching children how to think like engineers. In the 1990s, LEGO Mindstorms introduced programmable robotics to students around the world. Later sets, WeDo, Spike Prime, Boost, brought coding, sensors, and motors into classrooms and homes. Today, LEGO Education works with governments, schools, and universities to bring hands-on learning to millions of students. The philosophy is simple: children learn best through play. This approach shapes future engineers, designers, and problem solvers. It helps children experiment in ways that textbooks cannot. And it continues Ole Kirk's belief that play is not a distraction from learning, but the foundation of it. In a world increasingly focused on sustainability...
From my experience, what makes LEGO different from other construction toys is its growing commitment to inclusion. In recent years, LEGO has actively embraced people with different abilities, for example, by including figures in wheelchairs and releasing sets in Braille. These are things most other brands simply don't offer, but LEGO does. In addition, LEGO is strongly committed to the environment. They're producing more and more pieces using recycled plastic and replacing plastic packaging with paper to reduce waste, something other brands simply don't do.
LEGO faces a unique challenge. Its bricks are made to last forever, a blessing for creativity, but a concern in an era of plastic waste. In response, LEGO has invested hundreds of millions of dollars into developing more sustainable materials. Plant-based polyethylene is already used for leaves and trees. Recycled PET prototypes continue to advance. Recycled PET prototypes continue to advance. New polymer engineering aims to create bricks as durable as ABS, without the environmental cost. This transition is not simple. A LEGO brick must interlock with perfect precision. A fraction of a millimeter can make the difference between wonder and frustration. But the mission is clear. A toy that lasts forever should also protect the world it is played in. Play is not a luxury. Play is exploration. Play is curiosity. Play is the earliest form of human creativity. From wooden ducks in a small Danish workshop to interlocking bricks that span generations, to movies, video games, robotics, and global fan communities, LEGO has remained loyal to a simple truth. When we build, we grow. When we imagine, we expand. When we play, we become more human. More than a century ago, a carpenter rebuilt his workshop after a fire. He rebuilt it again after another. Not because it was easy, but because he believed in the power of making things and in the power of play. Today, billions of creations have risen from that belief. Cities, castles, spaceships. Dreams that exist nowhere else but in the minds of the people who build them. LEGO is not perfect. It has faced crises, challenges, and impossible decisions. But it endures. Through war, through technological revolutions, through economic storms. Because imagination always endures. And as long as there are hands reaching for bricks, as long as there are minds ready to create, the legacy of Ole Kirk Christensen will continue. Every dream starts with a single piece.
Pretty soon, I met a lawyer. Went to a law firm called Cooley Godward, and they helped us incorporate the company. The amount of money that he says, we need some money from you, so that we could price the shares, and also to incorporate the company. So he says, how much money do you have in your pocket? I said $200. So he says, okay, give me $200. I gave him $200, and for $200. I bought 15%, I think it was 20% of NVIDIA.
Jensen Huang, the software moat. June 18th, 2024. For a brief, historic moment, the world had a new king.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you.
Jensen Huang, the co-founder and CEO of NVIDIA, stood at the peak of a $3.4 trillion mountain.
We're hoping that it does things that surprise us. That's the whole point. In some areas like drug discovery, designing better materials that are lighter, stronger, we need artificial intelligence to help us explore the universe in places that we could have never done ourselves.
Analysts whispered that he wasn't just leading a company. He was leading the first entity destined for a $4 trillion valuation. But to understand the man in the leather jacket, you cannot look at the triumph. You must look at the fear. Behind the 250% revenue jumps and the sold-out H100 backlogs lies a leader obsessed with the cyclical trap. In the 60-year history of semiconductors, giants like Texas Instruments, Intel, and Samsung have all held the crown, only to see it slip away. Jensen's mission is simple: break the cycle before it breaks him.
But what about the worker? The workers work for companies. And so companies, when they become more productive, earnings increase. I've never seen one company that had earnings increase and not hire more people.
There are some jobs that are going to become obsolete.
Well, let me offer it this way. I believe that you still want human in the loop because we have good judgment, because there are circumstances that the machines are just not going to understand.
Flashback to September 1996. The golden era of the internet is dawning for everyone else, but for NVIDIA, it is a death knell. Their first chip, the NV1, is a technical ghost, rejected by Microsoft's DirectX.
And the genius of the engineers and Chris and Curtis, we pivoted to the right way of doing things.
And created their groundbreaking GPU. The chip took video games from this to this today.
Completely changed computer graphics, saved the company, launched us into the stratosphere.
Jensen stands before a dwindling team and delivers the most famous mantra in Silicon Valley history. We have exactly 30 days of oxygen left. We are 30 days from bankruptcy. How does a man go from cleaning toilets in a Kentucky reform school to controlling the foundational layer of the global AI economy? From a red leather booth at a Denny's to a legal showdown in the US Supreme Court over the very intellectual honesty of his empire. This is not just a story of silicon and software. This is the chronicle of the man who decided to manufacture intelligence itself. This is Jensen Huang, the architect of the digital brain. Chapter 1: Forged in the Chaos. NVIDIA was not born from abundance. Its DNA was forged in the raw fires of survival. Jensen Huang arrived in the United States as a young migrant, but his destination wasn't an elite prep school. Due to a clerical misunderstanding by his parents, he was sent to Oneida Baptist Institute in rural Kentucky, a place that, at the time, functioned more as a reform school for troubled youths than a traditional academy. At 9 years old, the future CEO of one of the world's most valuable companies wasn't coding. He was cleaning the toilets of 150 teenagers every single afternoon. In his personal transcripts, Jensen reflects on this with a chilling stoicism. "I didn't complain. I just learned to work hard." That boy learned the first law of accelerated computing decades before it existed. For a system to be efficient, it must be able to process chaos under extreme pressure. By 15, Jensen was the most efficient dishwasher and waiter at a Denny's in Portland. "I was incredibly shy," he admits, "but the chaos of the kitchen forced me out of my shell."
And so we came here, right here to this Denny's, sat right back there, and the three of us decided to start the company. Frankly, I had no idea how to do it, and nor did they. None of us knew how to do anything.
It is no coincidence that NVIDIA was founded in 1993 inside a booth at that very same restaurant chain. While the world saw the dawn of the PC as an office tool for spreadsheets, Jensen, Chris Malachowski, and Curtis Priem saw a fatal weakness. In 1993, Intel's general-purpose CPU was hitting a physical wall. If the future of computing was visual and immersive, the traditional serial architecture would become the bottleneck of human progress. With only $40,000 in startup capital, they founded NVIDIA to chase a ghost: accelerated computing. They bet on a market the rest of the industry dismissed as a niche for toys: video games. Before Jensen, video games were the ultimate technological flywheel. He knew that if you could master the massive, real-time rendering of pixels, you could eventually simulate reality itself. But before they could reach that glory, they had to survive their first massive technical abyss, the NV1. By 1995, NVIDIA's first massive bet, the NV1 chip, was ready to conquer the market. But Jensen Huang had made a catastrophic technical gamble. At a time when the industry was undecided, he bet on quadratic texture mapping, a method that used curved surfaces to create 3D images. It was mathematically intelligent, but it was a lonely path. The industry hammer dropped when Microsoft released its first DirectX API. Microsoft chose triangles, not quads, as the universal language for PC gaming. This decision rendered NVIDIA's technology instantly obsolete. The NV1 wasn't just a failure, it was a dead end. The company was bleeding cash, and as Jensen famously put it, they were staring at exactly 30 days of oxygen. NVIDIA's only lifeline was a strategic contract with the Japanese giant Sega to build the graphics engine for the Sega Saturn. But Jensen was trapped in a moral and business dilemma. He knew that if they continued building the chip for Sega using NVIDIA's flawed quad technology, Sega would lose the console war to Sony's PlayStation, and NVIDIA would eventually perish anyway. In an act of intellectual honesty, or as many at the time called corporate suicide, Jensen flew to Japan. He sat across from Shoichiro Irimajiri, the CEO of Sega, and told him the brutal truth. Our technology is on the wrong path. If we finish this project, you will produce an inferior product. Jensen asked for the impossible. He asked Sega to terminate the contract, but to pay the remaining $5 million anyway. If you don't pay us, Jensen pleaded, NVIDIA will cease to exist tomorrow. To the astonishment of the tech world, Irimajiri-san agreed. He didn't pay for a working chip, he paid for Jensen's integrity. That $5 million was the most expensive oxygen in history. To make it last, Jensen had to fire half of his workforce. These weren't just employees, they were friends who had shared the Denny's dream. This trauma institutionalized a permanent state of emergency at NVIDIA. With the remaining team, Jensen funneled every cent into the Riva 128. They abandoned quads and embraced Microsoft's triangles with a vengeance. When it launched in 1997, the Riva 128 was 400% faster than anything else on the market. It was a dive catch of epic proportions. NVIDIA was no longer just a survivor, it had become a hunter. But as Jensen looked at the horizon, he saw 70 rivals waiting to kill him. The war was only beginning. The success of the Riva 128 was a dive catch, but it placed NVIDIA in the middle of a slaughterhouse. By 1997, there were over 70 companies fighting for the soul of the 3D graphics market. It was a commodity war where price cutting was the only weapon for most. Jensen Huang realized that if NVIDIA played by the industry's rules, they would eventually be ground into dust. He decided to break the laws of time. The industry standard for developing a new chip was 18 to 24 months, following the steady beat of Moore's law. Jensen gathered his engineers and imposed a suicidal mandate. NVIDIA would release a brand new, groundbreaking architecture every 6 months. It was a strategy of relentless execution. By the time a competitor like 3DFX or S3 could react to one NVIDIA chip, Jensen had already launched 2 more. This forced the competition into a permanent state of obsolescence. To achieve this, NVIDIA had to reinvent its internal engineering, running multiple design teams in parallel, a massive financial risk that pushed the company to the edge of its operational capacity. In 1999, the war reached its climax. NVIDIA released the GeForce 256. Jensen didn't just market it as a faster card, he coined a term that would redefine computing history: the GPU, Graphics Processing Unit. This wasn't just branding. Technically, the GeForce 256 moved the transformer lighting calculations, the most heavy mathematical lifting of 3D, off the CPU and onto the chip itself. It was the birth of a new era. This performance leap was so massive that NVIDIA secured the prestigious contract for the original Microsoft Xbox, receiving a crucial $200 million advance. The 6-month cycle worked. By the early 2000s, the 70 competitors had been reduced to just 2, NVIDIA and ATI. In a final act of dominance, NVIDIA acquired the assets of its former idol and arch-rival, 3DFX, in 2000. Jensen had cleared the board. He was the undisputed king of gaming. But at the very moment of his greatest triumph, he began to look at the high-performance computing market. He realized that the GPU's massive parallel math could do more than just draw pixels. It could solve the world's most complex problems. The seeds of CUDA and the $10 billion gamble were being planted. By 2006, NVIDIA was the undisputed king of the gaming world. But Jensen Huang was restless. He realized that the same parallel processing power that rendered pixels for World of Warcraft could be used to solve the world's most complex mathematical problems. He launched CUDA, Compute Unified Device Architecture. It was a declaration of war against the CPU-centric world. The goal was simple yet insane: transform every NVIDIA GPU into a general-purpose supercomputer. But this decision came with a staggering cost. Jensen mandated that every single GPU NVIDIA manufactured, from the high-end workstation cards to the cheapest laptop chips, must include the extra transistors and hardware logic to support CUDA. Wall Street was horrified. For nearly a decade, NVIDIA spent billions, estimated at over $10 billion in cumulative R&D, on a software platform that almost no one was using. Profit margins, which once sat comfortably high, were sacrificed at the altar of this vision. Analysts mocked the strategy, calling it the bridge to nowhere. During the 2008 financial crisis, NVIDIA's market cap plummeted, and the company was once again staring into the abyss. But Jensen wasn't just building hardware, he was building a software moat. He sent NVIDIA engineers to universities around the world, helping professors teach parallel programming using CUDA. He was seeding the ground. While competitors like Intel and AMD focused on making faster chips, Jensen was building an entire language. By the time a developer learned CUDA, they were locked in. Switching to a competitor wouldn't just mean buying a new chip, it would mean rewriting millions of lines of code. Year after year, Jensen defended CUDA in boardrooms and earning calls. He practiced what he calls long-term commitment to a vision, even when the data didn't yet support it. He was waiting for a killer app for accelerated computing. He didn't know what it would be, but he knew that as data grew exponentially, the serial processing of the CPU would eventually fail. The silence of the CUDA winter was about to be broken. In a lab at the University of Toronto, a PhD student named Alex Krasevsky was about to feed a neural network called AlexNet into those NVIDIA GPUs. The big bang of artificial intelligence was seconds away, and Jensen Huang was the only person on Earth who had already built the engine to power it. The year was 2012. While the world saw just another academic competition, Jensen Huang saw the spark that would ignite a global revolution. A neural network called AlexNet, powered by NVIDIA GPUs, crushed the competition in image recognition. It was the big bang of deep learning. Jensen didn't just celebrate, he pivoted the entire company. He realized that the $10 billion gamble on CUDA had finally found its soul: artificial intelligence. This pivot transformed NVIDIA from a graphics card company into the foundational engine of the world's most powerful data centers. Jensen's vision was no longer about drawing pixels, it was about generative AI. By the time ChatGPT launched in late 2022, NVIDIA didn't just have a head start, they were the only ones at the starting line. Jensen acted with a speed that terrified his competitors. He didn't just wait for orders, he re-engineered NVIDIA's entire roadmap. In 2016, he personally delivered the first NVIDIA DGX-1, the world's first AI supercomputer in a box, to a then small non-profit called OpenAI. He was very clear, this will change the world. Technically, this period was about specialization. NVIDIA began adding tensor cores to its chips. These weren't for graphics, they were designed specifically for the deep learning math that powers neural networks. NVIDIA was no longer just making a faster graphics card, it was building a specialized brain. By 2017, the momentum was unstoppable. Every major tech giant was building AI labs, and they all had one thing in common: they were built on NVIDIA's stack. This was the era when the software moat became a fortress. Thousands of researchers were now writing their doctoral thesis on CUDA. If a competitor wanted to challenge NVIDIA, they wouldn't just need a better chip. They would have to convince the world's brightest minds to forget everything they had learned. But as the AI revolution took hold, an unexpected shadow emerged. A new craze called Bitcoin and Ethereum began to consume NVIDIA's supply. To the world, NVIDIA looked invincible, but internally, Jensen was wary. Jensen knew that every bubble eventually bursts. This period of explosive, accidental growth from crypto miners was creating a shadow over the company's true mission, setting the stage for a high-stakes legal battle over corporate transparency and a financial storm that would test the very foundations of his leadership. In 2018, NVIDIA was riding a wave that looked like a miracle, but felt like a mirage. The explosion of cryptocurrency mining had created an insatiable hunger for GeForce cards. To the outside world, NVIDIA's revenue was reaching historic heights. However, beneath the surface, a dangerous ambiguity was growing. Jensen Huang insisted that the growth was driven by a gaming renaissance, but the reality was more volatile. The mirage evaporated in late 2018. The crypto winter arrived, and the demand for mining chips vanished overnight. NVIDIA was left with a massive surplus of inventory, and the market's reaction was brutal. The company's stock price plummeted by 28% in a single day. The invincible architect of AI was suddenly facing a crisis of credibility. This financial collapse ignited a high-stakes legal battle that would eventually reach the steps of the US Supreme Court. A group of institutional investors filed a class action lawsuit, alleging that Jensen Huang had deliberately misled the market. The core of the case rested on a single, devastating word: scienter, the intent to deceive. The accusation was sharp. Investors claimed that internal NVIDIA reports clearly showed over $1 billion in revenue attributed to gamers was actually coming from crypto miners. Jensen fought back, defending his intellectual honesty and arguing that the expert opinions used against him were nothing more than speculation. This battle, known as Petition number 23-970, became a landmark moment for Silicon Valley, questioning how much a CEO must disclose when their technology accidentally conquers a market they didn't intend to lead. While lawyers argued in Washington, Jensen was already looking past the wreckage. He didn't let the legal storm or the inventory crisis slow down his ultimate plan. He doubled down on the data center, acquiring Mellanox for $7 billion to control the highways between his chips. He was preparing for a world where AI wouldn't just be a research project, but the operating system of the entire planet. The storm of 2018 had been a warning. The era of generative AI was about to provide the answer. By 2022, the world had changed. The launch of ChatGPT signaled the arrival of the generative AI era, and NVIDIA was the only company prepared to power it. But as Jensen Huang stood on the brink of total market dominance, a new wall was built, not by a competitor, but by the US government. Washington imposed strict export controls on high-end AI chips. For NVIDIA, the stakes were astronomical. According to the geographical revenue data, China accounted for approximately 20% to 25% of the company's total business. Overnight, Jensen had to navigate a geopolitical minefield, redesigning chips specifically to comply with regulations while trying to keep his most important market from slipping away. Jensen's answer to the geopolitical and technical pressure was the Blackwell architecture. If the H100 was a spark, Blackwell was a sun. Packing an incredible 208 billion transistors, it delivered up to 30 times the performance of its predecessor for certain AI tasks. But Blackwell represented a deeper strategic shift. NVIDIA was no longer just a chipmaker. Jensen was now building entire AI factories. By integrating Mellanox networking technology, he controlled the highways that allowed thousands of chips to talk to each other as if they were a single giant brain. This system-on-a-cluster approach meant that even if a competitor produced a faster individual chip, they couldn't compete with the sheer efficiency of the NVIDIA ecosystem. The financial results were staggering. By early 2024, NVIDIA's data center revenue had surged to over $47 billion, a 217% increase in a single year. The company was operating with 78.4% gross margins, profit levels usually reserved for software giants, not hardware manufacturers. On June 18, 2024, NVIDIA became the most valuable company on the planet. Yet, even as he stood at the summit, Jensen refused to relax. He looked at the 60-year history of semiconductors, the rise and fall of Intel, the cycles of Samsung and TI, and he knew that being on top was the most dangerous place to be. His next challenge wouldn't just be about chips. It would be about giving AI a physical body. In 2024, Jensen Huang had already conquered the digital world, but his eyes were fixed on a new frontier, the physical one. He declared that the next wave of AI would be physical AI, intelligence that doesn't just process text or images, but understands the laws of physics. Everything that moves, from autonomous cars to humanoid robots, would eventually be powered by an NVIDIA brain. This identifies it as the third pillar of NVIDIA's future. To win this race, Jensen isn't just building chips, he is building the Omniverse. This is a digital world where robots are trained millions of times in a virtual simulation before they ever step into a real factory. By the time a robot starts its job, it has already lived 1,000 lifetimes of experience. Jensen's strategy is a total vertical integration. He is transforming NVIDIA into a provider of AI factories, He believes that in the future, every company will have two factories, one that produces physical goods and a digital one that produces intelligence. With the Mellanox networking high-speed highways and the CUDA software fortress, Jensen has ensured that the entire infrastructure of this new industrial revolution runs on NVIDIA. When asked about his legacy, Jensen doesn't talk about stock prices or trillions of dollars. He talks about material sciences and scientific discovery. He believes AI will give humans superpowers, helping us solve climate change, cure diseases, and handle the dangerous and mundane tasks so we can focus on what truly makes us human: curiosity. By 2025, the world had entered a state of compute geopolitics. NVIDIA was no longer just a company. It had become a strategic resource, similar to oil or grain. The launch of the Blackwell B200 hadn't just met demand, it had ignited a global scramble. Nations like Japan, France, and the UAE began building sovereign AI clouds, realizing that depending on a few Silicon Valley giants for intelligence was a national security risk. But as 2025 progressed, a new whisper began to haunt the industry: the wall. For years, AI progress relied on scaling laws, the idea that more data and more GPUs would inevitably lead to more intelligence. However, in 2026, the returns are starting to diminish. Data centers are becoming so massive, they require their own dedicated nuclear power plants, and the low-hanging fruit of internet data has been exhausted. Jensen's response to the wall is typically defiant. He pivoted the industry towards synthetic data and reasoning models. In 2026, NVIDIA's focus has shifted from simply training AI to inference at scale. The goal is no longer just to build a model that knows everything, but to build a system that thinks through a problem for days if necessary, using massive clusters of GPUs to reach a breakthrough. The competition in 2026 has never been fiercer. NVIDIA's biggest customers, Amazon, Google, and Microsoft, have become its most dangerous rivals, pouring billions into their own custom AI chips to escape the NVIDIA tax. Yet, the software moat remains unbreached. While others build chips, Jensen is building the entire ecosystem, the networking, the libraries, and the pre-trained models that make a competitor's hardware feel like a relic before it even leaves the factory. In this era, Jensen Huang has become one of the world's most influential diplomats. He navigates a world where the power grid is the new bottleneck and where a single shipment of chips can determine the economic future of a country. The trillion-dollar question of 2026 is no longer if AI will change the world, but who will own the infrastructure of that change? The story of NVIDIA is often told as a series of lucky breaks or inevitable triumphs. But as we look at the empire Jensen Huang has built, the reality is far more deliberate and far more precarious. In 2026, the company stands at the center of the greatest industrial shift in human history. Yet for Jensen, the valuation of $3, $4, or $5 trillion is a lagging indicator. The true metric is the oxygen. Throughout his journey, from the dish pits of Denny's to the halls of the Supreme Court, Jensen has maintained a philosophy of intellectual honesty. He admits when the technology is wrong, he pivots when the market shifts, and he invests billions when the world calls him a fool. He has turned a semiconductor company into a geopolitical superpower, a software fortress, and the primary architect of a new form of life. Critics ask if NVIDIA is a bubble waiting to burst, or if the scaling laws of AI will eventually hit a dead end. But Jensen doesn't operate on the timeline of a stock market cycle. He operates on the timeline of human evolution. He isn't just selling chips. He is selling the marginal cost of intelligence. making the most valuable resource in the universe so abundant that it changes the very definition of what is possible. Jensen often says that he wakes up every morning with the same feeling he had in 1993, the feeling that the company is going out of business. It is this productive paranoia that prevents the cyclical trap that claimed the giants of the past. He doesn't want to be the king of a legacy. He wants to be the architect of a future that hasn't even been imagined yet. Run, don't walk. Either you are running for food, or you are running from being food. In the era of the digital brain, the race has only just begun.
At the edge of the world, in a country with more sheep than people, one of the most powerful men in Silicon Valley built an escape hatch. Not a vacation home, not a tax shelter, a contingency plan. In 2011, a billionaire quietly secured citizenship in New Zealand after spending just days in the country. A legal backdoor, a geopolitical lifeboat. Deep in the rugged terrain of New Zealand's South Island, Peter Thiel owns a vast private estate, remote, secluded, and far from the centres of power. While most billionaires buy yachts or private islands, Thiel secured something more strategic: New Zealand citizenship. And a vast estate in one of the most remote democracies on Earth. The purchase price for this geopolitical insurance policy? In 2011, Thiel obtained New Zealand citizenship after spending just 12 days in the country over the previous 2 years, a process that normally requires years of residency. The investment that secured this exceptional pathway, approximately $7 million in local assets and business investments. The centerpiece, a 477-acre estate near Lake Wanaka, purchased for $13.5 million New Zealand dollars, about $10 million US dollars. When New Zealand media exposed the deal in 2017, it sparked a national scandal.
Hi, Benedict. Nice to talk to you again. So when we last spoke, you told us that Peter Thiel was granted citizenship after having only visited New Zealand 4 times for an unknown number of days because the documents had that information redacted, right?
Politicians called it citizenship for sale. Opposition leaders demanded investigations. But Thiel had already achieved his objective: a legal escape hatch in the world's most politically stable democracy. A geopolitical insurance policy that money can buy. Why would a man who helped build the digital future prepare for the collapse of the physical one? What does he see that others don't?
Yes, it's the 1 Thessalonians 5:3.
the slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety. And so, which is nothing wrong with peace and safety, but you have to sort of imagine that it resonates very differently in a world where the stakes are so absolute, where the stakes are so extreme, where the alternative to peace and safety is, Armageddon and the destruction of all things.
He is one of the most polarizing figures in Silicon Valley. To some, a visionary genius who saw the future early. To others, the shadow financier of movements and candidates who challenged liberal democratic norms. This is not fear, this is strategy. For decades, Peter Thiel has made the same bet over and over again. Bet against consensus. Bet against the crowd. Bet against the system itself. To understand why he built a fortress at the end of the earth, we have to go back to a childhood of constant displacement, to a chessboard where consensus meant nothing, to a company that tried to replace money, and another that learned to see everything. But the estate is more than a luxury retreat. It is a fortress designed for civilizational uncertainty. Off-grid power systems, advanced security infrastructure, multiple evacuation routes through the mountains. Not built for comfort, built for continuity. While the world debates progress, Peter Thiel is preparing for a different possibility. Not how to build the future, how to survive it. The architect of dissidence. Total estimated value of Thiel's contingency infrastructure, $20 to $30 million. Not for lifestyle, not for prestige, but for the day the system he helped build no longer holds. He didn't build this because he panics easily. He built it because he has always believed that the crowd is wrong, and the future belongs to those willing to stand apart from it. Every fortress begins as an idea, and Peter Thiel has been building intellectual fortresses since he was a child. Before he was a billionaire, before he funded political outsiders, before he built machines that could see everything, he was a boy who never stayed in one place long enough to believe the world made sense. So he searched for a world where the rules didn't change. He found it on a chessboard. To understand Peter Thiel, you must understand what it means to be a permanent outsider. Born in Frankfurt, West Germany, Peter Thiel spent part of his early childhood in Southwest Africa, now Namibia, before growing up mainly in the United States between Ohio and California. Before he was a teenager, he had already experienced life on multiple continents, never staying long enough to feel fully at home. He didn't have a hometown. He didn't have a tribe. He only had his own mind, and in that isolation, he found a language that didn't require a passport: chess. For a child who changed continents before he could even make friends, the outside world was unpredictable noise. But the board was the only place where the rules didn't change depending on the country. His father, an engineer trained in a culture of precision and systems thinking, passed on a belief that reality could be understood and optimized. While other children sought to fit in, Peter sought the edge. He learned that the consensus of the crowd is usually a distraction. If everyone is running toward the ball, you run toward where the ball is going to be. Chess is the ultimate antidote to consensus. In a crowd, you can hide behind a popular opinion. In chess, you are either right or you are dead. There is no middle ground. There is no social construction of the board. He became a serious tournament chess player, drawn to a world where rules were fixed, outcomes were earned, and consensus meant nothing. Mid-1980s, Stanford University. To the world, this was the peak of American meritocracy. To Thiel, it was a factory of conformity. While his classmates were debating how to change the world through activism, Thiel was wondering why they all sounded exactly the same. He saw the multiculturalism movement not as progress, but as a new form of fundamentalism. Stanford, in the late 1980s, was ground zero for America's culture wars. Battles over multiculturalism, speech, and the purpose of higher education. Thiel believed the university was drifting toward ideological conformity, that certain views were becoming socially, if not formally, off limits. Here, his investment methodology was born. Identify what the crowd considers sacred and question it. If everyone says identity diversity is the most important thing, you argue that intellectual diversity is the only thing that matters. He wasn't looking for friends. He was looking to recruit others who, like him, did not fear being hated. He founded the Stanford Review. The paper quickly became one of the most controversial publications on campus, attacking what Thiel saw as intellectual monoculture and political groupthink. He saw that the smartest people in the country were all competing for the same narrow prizes, thinking the same narrow thoughts. He did what every top student does. He followed the track. After Stanford Law, he secured a prestigious federal appellate clerkship, the kind of credential that opens every elite door in America. After his clerkship, he joined Sullivan & Cromwell in New York, one of the most elite law firms in the world. On paper, he had reached the summit. Wall Street was his great negative epiphany. But from his perspective, the brightest graduates in America were locked in brutal competition for careers they didn't even seem to want. It looked like René Girard's theory made flesh, a system where everyone desired the same prize simply because everyone else did. Wall Street looked to Thiel like a laboratory of mimetic rivalry. He realized that if he won that race, his prize would be becoming the man in the office next door, a copy of a copy. The day he lost the opportunity to clerk for the US Supreme Court wasn't a defeat. It was his liberation. He lasted less than a year. But Thiel's first venture after leaving law was a humbling lesson in failure, a lesson that would shape everything that came after. In 1996, he launched Thiel Capital Management, a hedge fund focused on currency trading and macroeconomic derivatives. The strategy was to make big directional bets on interest rates, inflation expectations, and foreign exchange movements. Initial capital raised $1 million, mostly from Stanford connections who believed in the chess prodigy turned lawyer turned financier. The result was spectacular failure. Within the first year, the fund had lost significant capital. Industry estimates suggest losses between 30% and 40% of the initial investment pool. Investors fled. Some demanded their remaining money back immediately. Thiel's reputation among finance professionals, the people he had walked away from at Sullivan & Cromwell, took a serious hit. He was no longer the Stanford genius. He was just another failed trader. But this failure taught him the most important lesson of his career. Competition is for losers. Do not compete in crowded markets where everyone is making the same trades with the same information and the same tools. Wall Street was full of extremely smart people doing the same macro trades, reading the same economic reports, betting on the same currency movements. It was a zero-sum game played by thousands of nearly identical players. He needed to find a space where the rules were still being written, where being first mattered more than being best, where a monopoly position was still available. He needed technology. And from the ashes of Thiel Capital Management, a new philosophy was born. If you want to create lasting value, you have to build a monopoly. This became his investing mantra, and it would make him billions. Thiel walked away from the firm and went back to California, not to start a tech empire, but to try trading, then to launch a hedge fund. It failed. The system he had rejected did not welcome him back as a prodigy. It treated him like a nobody. That failure would become the last lesson before his real beginning. But he learned something. If you play the system game as everyone else, you've already lost. The chess master was done with the board. He was ready to build his own.
So this is an ATM. What we're going to do is transform the traditional banking industry. I do not fit the picture of a banker.
X.com, this is Julie.
Raising $50 million is a matter of making a series of phone calls, and the money is there. I've sunk the great majority of my net worth into X.com, which is the new banking and mutual funds company on the internet that I've started.
December 1998. Peter Thiel co-founds a company called Confinity with Max Levchin, a brilliant Ukrainian-born programmer, and Luke Nosek, a fellow Stanford Review alumnus. Initial funding, $300,000, scraped together from friends, family, and fellow libertarian true believers from the Stanford days. The original product idea? Digital wallets on Palm Pilot handheld devices. The vision was that people would beam money to each other using infrared ports on the Palm Pilots. In coffee shops, at restaurants, person to person, bypassing banks entirely. Total users after 6 months of operation, 12 people. Literally 12. Most of them were employees and their friends testing the system. It was a complete and utter flop. The technology worked, but nobody cared. Nobody wanted it. March 2000. Confinity pivots hard and launches a new feature: email-based money transfers. You send money to any email address. The recipient gets a notification, creates an account, and the money is there. Simple, instant, revolutionary. The name of this new service? PayPal. Within weeks, user growth exploded at a rate nobody had ever seen in financial services. Month 1, 10,000 users. Month 3, 100,000 users. Month 6, 1 million users. Month 12, 5 million users. This was the fastest user adoption rate in the entire history of financial services. Faster than credit cards, faster than checking accounts, faster than anything. But here is what most people do not know about PayPal's growth. Here is the secret that the mythology leaves out. PayPal's explosive user acquisition was not organic. It was not word of mouth. It was not viral in the natural sense. They literally bought their users with cash. The strategy was elegantly simple and brutally expensive. Sign up for a PayPal account, get $10 deposited instantly. Refer a friend who signs up, get another $10. Your friend also gets $10. Cost per acquisition, $20 to $40 per user, depending on how many referrals each user generated. Monthly cash burn rate at peak growth, $10 to $12 million. Just vanishing into user acquisition. By late 2000, PayPal was spending $60 to $70 million annually just to buy users with cash incentives. They were hemorrhaging money at a terrifying rate. Investors were panicking. Board members were demanding answers. How long can you sustain spending $10 million a month buying users? But Thiel had done the mathematics. He had run the numbers obsessively. Each acquired user was worth $100 to $200 in lifetime transaction fee revenue through the PayPal network. They were buying $100 bills for $20 bills. It was either genius or insanity, depending on whether the math actually worked. Thiel believed it would work. He bet everything on it. But there was a problem, a major problem. Another company was doing the exact same thing. X.com, a finance company founded by Elon Musk with money from his Zip2 exit and a vision for online banking that was nearly identical to PayPal's. Two companies, same idea, same market, both burning massive amounts of cash at completely unsustainable rates. Total funding raised between both companies, over $100 million. Combined monthly cash burn rate, over $20 million. Time until both companies simultaneously ran out of money, less than 6 months. The merger was inevitable. X.com and Confinity merged into a single entity. The combined company kept the PayPal name because users had already adopted it. The brand had momentum. Elon Musk became Chief Executive Officer of the merged company for 5 months. October 2000. While Elon Musk was on his honeymoon, the board of directors, led by Peter Thiel and other Confinity founders, held an emergency meeting and voted Musk out as CEO. The official reasons cited: strategic disagreements over technology platform. Musk wanted to use Microsoft software. The Confinity engineers believed in Unix-based systems. The actual reason? Thiel wanted control, full control. This was his company now. Peter Thiel became Chief Executive Officer of PayPal. Elon Musk remained a major shareholder, but his operational control was finished. The two men, both future billionaires, both future power brokers, had their first battle. Thiel won. At its core, PayPal ran on a simple idea that turned into a powerful engine. Every time money moved, PayPal took a small cut, 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction. If that money crossed borders, the fee climbed to between 2.5% and 4%. Then there was the float, the cash sitting in PayPal's accounts between payments, quietly earning interest for the company. Tiny slices, repeated millions of times. By 2001, the numbers told the story of a system coming to life. Every single day, $5 to $8 million flowed through PayPal's network. Each month, that translated into $10 to $15 million in revenue. But growth at this speed came at a cost. Running the system, fighting fraud, scaling infrastructure, acquiring users was burning $20 to $30 million every month. The machine worked, it just wasn't profitable yet. Late 2000. PayPal's data scientists discovered something crucial. 70% of all PayPal transactions were happening on eBay auctions. People buying and selling random items on the internet's largest marketplace were using PayPal to move money. The strategic insight became immediately clear. Make PayPal the only payment method that eBay users trust completely. Own that market, become indispensable. The execution, buyer protection guarantees that eBay's own payment system did not offer. Instant payment transfers with no 7-day check clearing period. fraud detection algorithms that were better than credit card companies, email notifications for every transaction, simple, clean user interface. By mid-2001, the strategy was working beyond all projections. 50% of all eBay auctions accepted PayPal as a payment method. PayPal was processing $50 million daily in eBay-related transactions alone. And then eBay noticed, and eBay was not happy. eBay launched their own competing service called BillPoint and attempted to kill PayPal through the marketplace. They promoted BillPoint in search rankings. They penalized sellers who only accepted PayPal. They made it harder to display the PayPal logo. It was war. PayPal's response was total war. Temporarily lower transaction fees to undercut BillPoint. Guarantee faster money transfers than eBay could offer. Invest heavily in superior $30 million deployed in 2001 fraud protection. Massive marketing spending alone. By early 2002, the war was over. PayPal controlled 65% of eBay's payment market. BillPoint at barely 10%. eBay executives looked at the numbers and reached a conclusion. If you cannot beat them, buy them. July 2002, eBay acquires PayPal for $1.5 billion in eBay stock. Peter Thiel owned approximately 3.7% of PayPal at the time of the acquisition. His equity stake was worth $55 million in eBay stock. After taxes, he walked away with approximately $40 million in liquid wealth. At age 34, he had won his first billion-dollar game. But the money was not the most valuable thing he extracted from PayPal. The real value was the network, the PayPal Mafia, the name they gave themselves, and it was not ironic. It was descriptive. The core team that Thiel assembled at PayPal would go on to create some of the most valuable companies in human history. Elon Musk, Tesla market cap $650 billion. SpaceX, estimated value $150 billion. Reid Hoffman, LinkedIn, sold to Microsoft for $26 billion. Steve Chen, Chad Hurley, Jawed Karim, YouTube, sold to Google for $1.65 billion, now worth over $100 billion. Jeremy Stoppelman and Russell Simmons, Yelp, peaked at $3 billion market cap. David Sachs, Yammer, sold to Microsoft for $1.2 billion. Later founded Craft Ventures. Max Levchin, a firm $12 billion company, also co-founded Yelp. Keith Rabois, COO of Square, partner at Founders Fund, investor in dozens of unicorns. Roloff Boffa, partner at Sequoia Capital, led investments in Instagram, YouTube, Tumblr, MongoDB, Eventbrite. Total value created by the PayPal Mafia across all their companies conservatively estimated at over $200 billion in combined market capitalization. Thiel's ownership stakes across this extended network through direct investments and fund positions estimated at $2 to $4 billion. This was not just a company that got acquired. This was the creation of the most powerful business cartel in Silicon Valley history. But what made PayPal different was not the technology. Not really. The technology was impressive, but not miraculous. What made PayPal different was the culture, the religion of extreme meritocracy. Thiel's hiring criteria were brutally specific. 1. Raw intelligence, high test scores, ability to solve complex puzzles, proof you could think better than everyone else. 2. Intensity, Are you willing to work 100-hour weeks? Are you willing to sacrifice everything else in your life for the mission? 3. Missionary zeal. Do you actually believe we are changing the world? Or are you here for a paycheck? 4. Loyalty to the tribe. Will you protect the other members? Will you put the group above yourself? Average employee age at PayPal, 25 years old. Average work week, 80 to 100 hours. Office culture, libertarian, anti-regulation, contrarian, anti-establishment. They called themselves the Mafia specifically because loyalty mattered more than credentials. More than degrees, more than previous experience. Thiel's operating principle stated explicitly and repeatedly, talented people do not want to work with people who are less talented than they are. So every new hire must be more talented than the average current employee. Otherwise, we are diluting the talent pool. This created a self-reinforcing escalation, an arms race of hiring. Every new person raised the bar. The standards became higher and higher. Only the absolute best could get in, and once you were in, you were family. But here is what most people forget about PayPal. Here is the original vision that got erased from the mythology. PayPal was supposed to destroy the Federal Reserve. It was supposed to undermine state control of currency. That was the actual mission. That was why Peter Thiel, the libertarian ideologue, cared so much. The original vision laid out in Thiel's founding documents: create a new digital currency outside government control, enable true peer-to-peer transactions globally without state intermediaries, undermine the state monopoly on money creation and management, build the financial infrastructure for a stateless society. What actually happened? To become mainstream, to actually scale, PayPal had to compromise every single founding principle. They had to integrate with the traditional banking system. The enemy. They had to comply with Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering regulations, government control. They had to partner with credit card companies, the old system they wanted to destroy. They had to get licensed in every single state, regulatory capture. They had to report suspicious transactions to federal authorities, surveillance. By 2002, PayPal was regulated exactly like a bank. Partnered with banks, dependent on banks for all core functionalities, the libertarian revolution had become just another fintech company playing by the government's rules. Thiel learned the most important lesson of his career from PayPal's failure to achieve its revolutionary mission. You cannot disrupt the system from inside the system. If you want to change the rules, you cannot ask permission from the people who wrote them. This lesson would shape everything he did next. Palantir, Facebook. His political investments, everything. The PayPal acquisition was not an ending. It was a beginning, the start of something much larger. The pattern that emerged over the next 20 years, PayPal veterans leave and start new companies in different sectors. Thiel invests early as angel investor or through Founders Fund. PayPal Mafia members join each other's boards of directors. Cross-investment between all their venture funds creates alignment. Preferential access to deal flow because of network relationships. Shared intelligence about markets, technology, and opportunities. Real examples of how the network compounds. Reid Hoffman introduces Thiel to Mark Zuckerberg in 2004. Thiel invests $500,000 in Facebook. Eventually makes over $1 billion. Roelof Botha joins Sequoia Capital and invests in multiple Thiel-backed companies, creating reciprocal deal flows. David Sachs hosts high-dollar fundraisers for Thiel's political candidates. mixing business and politics seamlessly. Max Levchin provides seed capital for Palantir and serves as advisor, lending credibility. This network effect multiplier is precisely how Thiel turned $55 million from PayPal into over $5 billion in net worth today. The PayPal Mafia is not a cute nickname. It is not a metaphor. It is the most successful organized business cartel in Silicon Valley history. A self-reinforcing network of wealth, power, and influence that has shaped the entire technology industry for 2 decades. And Peter Thiel sits at the center of it all, the Godfather. After PayPal, Peter Thiel was a man with $1 billion and a dangerous secret. While other investors were looking at spreadsheets and profit margins, Thiel was looking at the human soul through the eyes of his mentor, René Girard. Girard taught him a terrifying truth. Human beings don't know what they want. We are mimetic creatures. We don't desire things for themselves. We desire them because other people desire them. We are copy machines disguised as individuals. August 2004. Facebook has been online for exactly 6 months. It started as a Harvard dorm project and has now expanded to several college campuses. The metrics that Zuckerberg shows Thiel: total registered users, 200,000, almost entirely college students. Daily active user rate, 70 to 80% engagement. Unprecedented in web services. Revenue, $0. No business model yet. Valuation Zuckerberg is asking for, $5 million. Every single professional venture capitalist in Silicon Valley has passed on Facebook. Every major firm has looked into it and said no. The reasons they gave? It is just a college directory. Limited market. Friendster has already 5 million users and is the leader in social networking. MySpace is dominant with 8 million users and growing fast. There is no obvious business model or revenue stream. Mark Zuckerberg is too young, too inexperienced, too risky as a founder. Peter Thiel saw something completely different, something that had nothing to do with technology. Thiel had spent years studying René Girard's mimetic theory, the philosophical framework that would shape his entire investment approach. The core idea: humans do not have original desires. We desire what other people desire. We learn what to want by watching other people want. Desire is imitative. Desire is social. Desire is mimetic. When Thiel looked at Facebook, he did not see a technology platform for connecting friends. He saw something far more powerful. He saw the perfect mimetic desire machine. The insight that made Thiel invest: social networks do not create value by connecting people. That is not where the money is. The money is in comparison. The money is in making people compare themselves to each other constantly. You see your friends' vacation photos, you want a better vacation. You see someone's job promotion announcement, you want higher status. You see someone's relationship photos, you want romance. You see someone getting likes and comments, you want validation. You see someone's perfect life, you feel your own life is inadequate. Facebook was not selling connections. Facebook was selling envy. And envy, Thiel understood from Girard, is the most powerful economic force in human history. The desire for what others have. They need to keep up. The fear of being left behind. Infinite envy creates infinite demand. Infinite demand creates infinite value. September 2004. Peter Thiel wires $500,000 to Facebook Incorporated. The deal terms: 10.2% equity ownership in the company, a board seat giving him governance rights and inside information, right of first refusal on all future funding rounds, post-money valuation of exactly $5 million. Mark Zuckerberg's reaction after the deal closed: this guy actually gets it. He understands what we are building. Silicon Valley's reaction: Peter Thiel just threw away $500,000 on a college kid's website. This will be his biggest failure. What happened next rewrote the history of venture capital. 2004, end of year. 200,000 users grew to 1 million users. 5 times growth in 4 months. 2005, 1 million users becomes 5.5 million users. 2006, 5.5 million users becomes 12 million users. 2007, 12 million users exploded to 50 million users. 2008, 50 million users doubles to 100 million users. 2009, 100 million users becomes 350 million users. Growth rate: the user base was doubling every 6 to 9 months for 5 consecutive years. This growth curve had never been seen before in business history, not even close. As Facebook grew, its valuation grew, and Peter Thiel's stake grew with it. May 2005. Accel Partners invest $12.7 million at $100 million valuation. Thiel's 10.2% stake is now worth $10.2 million. He has achieved 20 times return in 9 months. April 2006. Greylock Partners and Meritech Capital invest $27.5 million at $500 million valuation. Thiel's stake is now worth $51 million, 100 times return on his original investment. October 2007. Microsoft invests $240 million, valuing Facebook at $15 billion. Thiel's stake is now worth $1.5 billion, a 300,000 times return in 3 years. 2009 through 2011. Multiple private sales and secondary transactions value Facebook at $50 billion. Thiel's stake, if he had held everything, would be worth $5 billion. May 18th, 2012. Facebook goes public at a market capitalization of $104 billion. But Thiel does not hold everything. He is strategic. He is tactical. He takes profits. At the initial public offering, Thiel sells $640 million worth of shares immediately. Over the following 6 months, he sells the remainder of his stake in carefully timed transactions. Total cash realized from the Facebook investment, approximately $1 billion. Initial investment in August 2004, $500,000. Total cash realized by end of 2012, $1 billion.